Good evening and welcome to the Cabarrus County Board of Education's Monday, August the 9th, 2021 business meeting. The board has just reconvened from closed session into open session. And with that, we would like to start the meeting and welcome the viewing audience and those that are here with us. If you'll just join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And board members, because of the number of people here tonight, and just to be respectful in adopting the agenda, I would just ask that we amend it to change our guest speaker comment section from number 11 to number 9. And with that, may I have a motion that the board adopt the agenda with the amendment of moving our guest speakers from number 11 to number 9?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Blackwell and a second by Ms. Adcock. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. So let's move to our items under number 6.01. May I have a motion that the closed session minutes of the following meetings, June 28th, 2021, be approved as presented?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Blackwell.
Are those to stay confidential?
Confidential, yes. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Walter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Items under number 6.02. May I have a motion that the August 9th, 2021 personnel report be approved as presented?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Blackwell, a second by Mr. Furr. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Items under number 6.03. May I have a motion that the August 9th, 2021 administrator recommendation be approved as presented?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Blackwell and a second by Ms. Adcock. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. So that takes care of our items from closed session. And we will move to recognitions under 7.01, and we will begin with the athletic recognitions, and we'll have Mr. Brian Tyson, our athletic director, to the podium. Good evening.
Good evening, board members. We're going to call up Concord High School's individual state champions and Northwest Cabarrus individual state champion. They will both come in with their parents. And first of all, I'd just like to thank everybody that put all the effort into letting us have an athletic season this past year. It was quite the challenge. I'd like to thank our athletic directors. It was like New York City. Those campuses didn't sleep at night. There were so many things going on, and just want to thank them publicly, and our coaches and student athletes and parents and ladies at the health department that went with me to the practices and all to try to help us out to make sure that we had a season. We definitely have some challenges this coming fall, but we're going to be positive about it, and we're going to do all we can to get a full season in for these athletes this school year as well. Being said, we had some great accomplishments this past semester. We had 7 individual state champions and 3 state champions. So first of all, we have with us tonight, we have Concord High School individual state champion Matthew Lucky. Matthew is a junior, rising senior. He won his state championship, the 3A swimming 100-yard breaststroke, and he swam it in 54.59 seconds, which was the fastest of any classification there at the state championships. He's a 2-time state champion, as he also won last year, and he is also the SBC Conference Male Swimmer of the Year, and he is already committed to Northwestern University. So we're looking for a three-peat this coming year too. So Matthew, good luck to you, and we're proud of you. Great job, son. And for Northwest Cabarrus High School, we have Shaughnessy Berenger. She was a junior last year, rising senior. She won her state championship in 3A track and field in long jump with a 19-foot 1-inch jump, which was a 3A state meet record for the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. She was the SBC and regional champion And also, I saw tweeted out this summer is she was the silver medalist for the Junior Olympics this summer. So great job, and looking for you to repeat as well, right? No pressure. So, so thank you both for coming. I don't know if the board wants to air high five or fist bump or just acknowledge or what, but we certainly appreciate you coming, and good luck this school year. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Next, we have Mount Pleasant High School, led by Coach Spradley coming in the door. Mount Pleasant has a rich tradition of wrestling state champions at their school, and they followed up that this year with 2 state champions. We had Chase Creighton. Chase, if you'll raise your hand. Chase is a junior, a rising senior. He's a 2-time state champion. He won it last year as well. It was in the 220-pound weight class, and his record this year was 20 wins versus 1 loss. So great job, Chase. Congratulations, and repeat next year, right? We also had Levi Klutz, and Levi couldn't be here tonight. He's out of town, but he was a state champion this year in the 195-pound class, and wanted to make sure that we recognized him as well. And he was also the state runner-up last year, so got over the hump this year and got the gold medal, so very proud of him. And his record was also 20-1 this year, and is attending Coker University on a wrestling scholarship this fall. So congratulations to Levi. We also have the Mount Pleasant 2A individual/team state championship, which they had 6 members qualify for the state championship tournament that accumulated the most points for the team championship, and those members are great wrestlers. Those members are Levi Klutz, Chase Creighton, Dalton Miller, Kyler Pickard, Trent Allman, David McEachern, and head coach Jaron Spradley is in attendance tonight with us as well. So thank you guys, and congratulations on another championship. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. Good job.
Yeah.
Continue, Brian.
Next we have, excuse me?
I said continue.
Okay. Next we have Central Cabarrus High School, which they had 3 individual state champions and 1 team champion. So Central Cabarrus will enter. Come on up front. Thank you guys for coming. The individual state champions for Central Cabarrus High School, first was Jahala Wright. And Jahala won hers in the 3A track and field in the triple jump. And Jahala is just a freshman, so we're looking for a lot of great things to come out of Jahala. Jahala's jump was 37 feet 11 inches, quite amazing, especially for a freshman. So great job, Jahala. Very proud of you. She also cheers in the fall and in the winter, so a dual sport athlete. And I actually coached her dad at Central, a good wide receiver. So he made me look smart a bunch of times, which that's kind of hard to do some days, but loved coaching him. Great guy. She got a great dad. And Coach Trevor Rorda is in attendance with Jahala tonight too, so thank you for coming. And then we have the Baglio brothers. We have Charleston Baglio, which is a freshman, okay? And Charleston won the 3A wrestling championship in the 106-pound weight class with an 18-2 record for the season, so quite the accomplishment. He pinned 3 out of 4 of his opponents that he faced in the state tournament, so great job there, Charleston. Jackson is the sophomore. Jackson had a 23-0 record for winning the 3A state championship at the 113-pound class. And I was amazed by this when Coach Masterton told me this. No opponent scored a single point on him during the state tournament. Not a single point. And he won all his state tournament matches by first period pins. So great job there, son. Great job. I just want to know who wins at home when y'all two wrestle. You do? All right. All right. Central Cabarrus also won their first wrestling state championship in school history with an 18-0 record, and team members were Charleston Baglio, Jackson Baglio, Luke Masterton, which Luke is a great wrestler. And Luke I think, runner-up last year, right? And third place this year in the state. So we keep up with you two, and that's all in spite of your dad, right? And I used to coach with him. I used to coach with your dad a long time, too. So your dad's a good man and a good coach, too. So I know y'all enjoyed that time together. And we also had Nate Bamcoli and Bamcoli. Okay, I knew I'd butcher one of them. And Michael Forney as well, Marcus Jackson. So they had 6 members qualify for the state tournament championship as well. So congratulations, Coach Masterton, for your leadership and friendship, and look forward to great things to come again. So thank you. You guys will turn around and address the board, and they won't do high fives and fist bumps.
Good job. Thank you. Congratulations.
And last but not least, we have the Cox Mill women's soccer team. If they will enter, this will be quite a group. Coach Marara is leading them in. These ladies, congratulations on winning the 3A state championship. I actually got to come to that game. Y'all that was a little bit of a nail biter for me, 1-0. You had me a little worried there, but they pulled it out in Greensboro. Quite an exciting day to cap off their record-setting season. They were 18-0 and with 1 tie, the SBC champions, and they defeated Chapel Hill High School 1-0 in the state finals in Greensboro. And I may butcher a couple names, so I apologize ahead of time. But Coach Marara is in attendance with these girls. I'll name everybody, but when I come to your name, raise your hand, please. Reese Farnsworth, Jillian Jen, Skylar Noel, Corinne Fisher, Simone Jenkins, Morgan Wittern, Emily Moody, Reagan Cullen, Kristen Calabas, Michaela Fisher, Julianne Patterson, Lexi Hanson, Jenna Ryan, Grace Garrity, Ashley Lohman, Lily Horton, Lauren Ruff, Jessie Dunn, Kylie Ferguson, Grace Laskowski, Savannah Knoll, Camille Fisher, and Emily Bertazzetti. Is that right? Bertazzetti? Bertazzetti. All right, I got it on the second try. So I don't know. I think if you get a 90 nowadays, you get an A, right? So maybe I got an A there. So we appreciate you coming. Congratulations. That's quite an accomplishment. Nobody can ever take that away from you. You can't buy that with money. You know what I mean? That's one thing that you always have. So congratulations. If you guys you want a picture first?
I do. Can everybody kind of back towards the board and fill in this round area here? Just a little bit this way. There we go. Stay close together. I can get you with this. All right, here we go. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you all for coming.
Good job, ladies.
Thank you, ladies.
Ryan, I got a question for you. With football season starting back, we gonna honor those gold passes again for those seniors?
Yes, ma'am, and we got it to where you're going to get a picture ID this time, too. Okay?
Oh, you got to get them reissued?
No, we're not going to reissue them, so yours is good to go. But from here on out, they'll have a picture ID on them so people can't hand them off to somebody else.
Well, no, I'm asking for my husband. He was the one, he said, we're going to be able to use those gold passes.
Yes, ma'am, that is the plan. We hope to be at full capacity, so hopefully we won't have spectator limitations.
Well,
so
he enjoys
we will honor
those.
the gold cards as long as we're at 100% capacity, and the Cabarrus County Schools employee cards as well.
Well, he enjoys those football games. He says that's the best entertainment you can have. So he
Right.
wanted to know. He's been asking me, "Are y'all gonna start? Y'all gonna start? Are they gonna honor the gold cards?" I said, "Well, I'll ask." So you were gonna be here tonight, and I told him, I said, "Well, I will ask about him, so I'll let him know."
That's fine. We're looking forward to a good season. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, board members, we are going to move to 8.01, and we're going to have the COVID-19 data and information update, and I will turn it over to our interim superintendent, Mr. Schultz.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone, members of the board, viewing audience, staff members. Thank you for tuning in tonight. So we'd like to give an update. It's probably a data review plus, so there's some additional guidance that I'm going to share with you just to make sure that our viewing audience and staff and public are clear on protocols. So we'll start off with just some data trends, and I will say that this data was pulled on Thursday evening, Friday morning, so it reflects data up to Thursday of last week, and where it does not reflect that, I'll let you know that. But what you'll see is some significant increases in new cases, percent positive, and active cases. And I guess I put it in perspective. You look back, today is August 9th, so if you look back a month from a month ago, 11th, you see we went from 141 new cases to 519 new cases per week, from 5% positive to over double that at 10.8, and then at 205 active cases to what was on August 5th, 793. But as you see, as of today, I received an update from the Health Alliance today, so we're at 922 active cases here in Cabarrus County. See the hospitalizations, so this is as of today, so I was able to pull that. We're at 77 total in the COVID unit at Cabarrus Atrium. So you can see that significant climb again over the last 4 weeks. And this is significant to us, so this is unduplicated school age students. So you can see again over the last month again went from 11 5 to 17-year-olds now to 97. So those are school age students. Those are not necessarily all Cabarrus County school students. This could also be Kannapolis City school students that live in Cabarrus County, and they could also be private and or charter or homeschool students as well. So it's 97 school age students, and you can see the line for the 18-year-olds has remained fairly steady, and I do believe that the Health Alliance is going to be sharing some additional information regarding school age from the 0 to 4 year old range later on this evening. So we look at this a lot. This is based on our task force recommendations, the indicators that that task force chose to look at. You'll see at the green column, which is considered a containment column. Our moderate column is that light blue, and then a tipping point is the yellow. So you'll see that most of our indicators really, again, from that, what I keep pointing out 4 weeks ago, all those indicators were in green. And now they are all at what is considered a tipping point, and you can see how much the numbers in red compared to what the cutoff is for that tipping point. So we're 3 over on the cases per day per 100,000 people over the last 14 days. We're 8 cases over the cases per day, the average cases per day in Cabarrus County. We're well over the new cases in the last 14 days in Cabarrus County in the tipping point. You'll see that 10.8% positive. We are at hospitalizations, and again, this was as of last Thursday, and that's looking just at the Cabarrus residents. You saw the number before was at 77, so it's about 40%, 45% of the hospitalizations in Cabarrus County are actually Cabarrus County residents. And then metric 6, which are the weekly cases in the age of 5 to 17, you saw that significant increase on the previous slide. And then when we look at what we consider our parent or guardian age group, the 25 to 64-year-olds, we're at 278, where the cutoff is 251 to be in the tipping point area. And then the last 3 indicators that we look at are really the ones that are most focused on the schools. We only have 43 schools only. But of those 43 schools, we have 3 in session right now. So we do not have evidence of transmission in the building. Obviously, the schools on Plan C, that will need to be updated. But Plan C would be where we had so many cases, there were clusters and so much spread of cases where we would have to move a school to virtual. We do not have that. Obviously, we had to do that one time last year. And then a level of concern in terms of staffing, that's at a very low level at this point in time. So this is the metrics. And I'll just kind of pause there before I move on to the next set of information. Any questions from the board about the data?
I don't have a question about the data, but do you want to go into Plan C would not be an option this year to make clarification?
Well, we may have to go all, it wouldn't be considered Plan C, but we may have to go all virtual if there was
But can you explain that? I think that would have been very confusing for the general.
Yeah, we'd work with the Health Alliance on that. So I'll give WM Irvin was the example, was the school that we had to do that, where we had in about a 4 to 5 day period, we had over 90 confirmed exposures. We had, we did have we never had a cluster out of that, but we had like 5 groups of 4 related cases. So in any of those 5 groups, if we had added another student, we could have easily had 5 cluster cases. So there were a lot of related incidents. There was a lot of uncertainty actually at where the spread originated, and so there's a lot of uncertainty to be able to contain it. So when there's that uncertainty and the number of cases that we had, then we decided to go virtual, and it worked out actually. If we were going to go virtual, it worked out over spring break, so it was very limited in terms of the number of days that student actually missed last year. So we would work on the Health Alliance and make sure that if we can contain it, we will not go virtual. If we understand where that is. But it's going to be a case-by-case basis if we'd ever have to do that, which we don't ever want to. Okay, I'll keep rolling on then. So when we look at quarantine protocols, so this has been an area, I guess, of much confusion, and so I want to try to clear that up as much as possible. So we look at our guidance that is in the North Carolina Strong Schools Toolkit, which draws guidance from the CDC, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, and looks at protocol routines when students are exposed to COVID positive cases. So the guidance as of July 29th is that the default exclusion is 14 days. If you remember last year, that was applied to every situation where there was exposure. But that can be reduced. So that we actually use the reduction in quarantines this year during our summer jumpstart, and we'll continue to use that during this school year. So it looks, so the reductions look as such. So you'll see a 10, and that'd be an exclusion for 10 days, or 7, which would be an exclusion for 7, or no exclusion. So those are all options now to reduce that default quarantine number of 14. So it'd be 10 days if the close contact is determined to have no symptoms as verified by state contact tracers in the Cabarrus Health Alliance. So we'd work at the school with the school nurse and the Health Alliance to determine no symptoms, and then a student could come back after 10 days of no symptoms. In addition, a 7-day return is an option, and that would be for close contacts who the Cabarrus Health Alliance has verified through a negative PCR or antigen, which is also known as the rapid test, on or after day 5 of exposure, and then remain symptom-free. So any of those could be an option. So if somebody wanted to take a COVID test, they could come back as early as 7 days. And then 0 days of exclusion is also an option for those that are fully vaccinated students, which has to be 2 weeks after that second dose, or were COVID positive in the last 90 days. And those would require a proof of either of those. All right, and then each of these conditions listed above applies to staff as well as students. All right, so let's go a little bit further. So we talked about exclusions. Now we have to talk about close contacts. So how do we determine that? And most of our administrators could walk you through this, and it is a very lengthy process, and it is a process that I will tell you none of us want to do. It takes a lot of time. but it also protects the health and safety of our students, so that we do investigate that. So within 3 feet is guidance of a COVID positive person has a cumulative total of 15. That 15 is 15 minutes. If the close contact and the positive person were both wearing masks. So if both parties are wearing masks, the COVID positive person and the person that is not positive, so that is a 3 feet. That's within 3 feet. And so that's the guidance we would follow. If both are wearing masks, then there would not be a quarantine involved with that. So we also look at within 6 feet, and that would be for a COVID positive person for a cumulative total of 15 if not wearing a mask, or if the positive person was not wearing a mask. So let that sink in. So within 6 feet of a COVID positive person for a cumulative total of 15 minutes if not wearing a mask, or if the positive person was not wearing a mask. So even if a positive, if a student is wearing a mask who's not positive is exposed to a student who is positive, there's still a quarantine involved with that. And then we also look back within 48 hours of symptoms. So we have to actually trace it back over a two-day period or 48 hour period. All right. And so we put it in pictures. So if that doesn't make sense, then hopefully the pictures does. So we'll start at the top and we'll go left to right. So you'll see the case positive represents the student that is positive. If the close contact is not vaccinated, then they do have to be quarantined, and this is within 3 to 6 feet. If a vaccinated student within 3 to 6 feet is exposed, then they do not have to quarantine. All right. In fact, this is the scenario for every example. So you'll see another student in the middle line where a student is positive and has a mask on, and they're not vaccinated, they have to be quarantined. If we see a student with a mask on who is vaccinated, they do not have to be quarantined. And then the last line is where you'll see the case positive student is wearing a mask, but in both instances, the non-vaccinated and the vaccinated student are not wearing masks. In that instance, then the non-vaccinated student would have to be quarantined and the vaccinated student would not. And then I put the asterisk down there that those who've tested positive, as I said previously, within the past 3 months and recovered and do not have symptoms, do not have to quarantine. So that's the 90 days of someone who has tested positive. All right, we'll move on to the next picture. So you'll see in this circumstance, everyone is wearing a mask. No one has to quarantine within 3 to 6 feet. It's pretty straightforward. All right, so I want to give you a classroom example so you can understand how this works. So this would be, this example is, you see the teacher at the classroom. We're going to say the teacher at the classroom is 6 feet away from the students. Now, you all know, everybody in the viewing audience, we have agreements and disagreements on a lot of things. But you know we all can agree that students sit in perfect rows and sit still all day long, right? So in this example, we've got the perfect rows, 24 students. They're all 4 feet apart in the classroom. And you'll see that in that second row, there is a COVID positive student. So in this example is also that no one is wearing masks in the classroom. All right, so in this case, those that are exposed to the COVID positive person would have to be quarantined because they are within that 6 feet range to that student. And that would take, including the COVID positive student, would have to be quarantined. All right, let's go to the next example. So the next example is optional masks at 4 feet distancing. So this would be masks optional. There's a student that's COVID positive, same position in the classroom. They're all sitting 4 feet apart. And in this case, we have 3 of those students that surround those students that have masks on, although the COVID positive student does not have a mask on. So in that instance, all 9 students, once again, even though 3 students are wearing masks, would have to quarantine. All right, the next scenario are another optional mask scenario, except for this time the COVID positive student is wearing a mask. In this example, all of the mask wearers, with the exception of the COVID positive, because that student has COVID, will have to quarantine for 10 days. The 3 students who were wearing a mask in this example, because they were in that 3 to 6 foot range, do not have to quarantine. So that scenario would result in a total of 6 quarantines from that classroom. And then the last example is if masks are required, and again, this is at 4 feet distancing, then you'll see they have a COVID positive student, so a little hard to read under the mask. In this example, only 1 quarantine, and that would be the student that is wearing the COVID positive student would have to do that. So you have 4 different scenarios there. There's 100 different scenarios that we could run through that our principals and staff all experience on a regular basis. But you'll see in this case with no masks, 9 total quarantines. With mask, but the COVID positive student is not masked, there's 9 total quarantines. Masks optional, you'll see that there are 6 quarantines involved with that. And then, and then the mask required, there would be only 1 quarantine in that scenario. Now, let's say that this is a high school. So that's the first period. We have 4 periods in high school. So you can apply those same scenarios times 4. If there are different students in each classroom, which sometimes is the case and sometimes is not. And then we also would say that we'd also have to look at the school bus. So maybe that COVID positive student is a bus rider in the morning only. So our administrators would then have to go to and pull the bus recording to see what the distancing was on the bus as well. And again, contrary to maybe what some people believe, our administrators do not like to do this. They do not like to pull the tape. It takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of time away from instruction. But their priority is health and safety of students. So let's say that. So now I know that the vote on mask was that masks are required on bus. The vote that our board took a couple weeks ago. So this is what an example of a bus would look like. I'm sure everybody, myself included, everybody in the viewing audience were perfect bus riders when they rode the bus and went to school and sat in their seats and were perfectly still. So that's obviously, overstated. The buses are 3 feet apart, but you have to think about, so if you're sitting like I'm sitting right now, I'm like leaned forward maybe about a foot. So if you're not perfectly still in the bus, then you're really not 3 feet apart. So I won't go through the scenarios because I think the decision made about masks being required on the bus mitigates the number of quarantines that we have on buses as much as possible. So, but you kind of could apply those classroom situations the same as you would to the bus if masks were optional or if masks were not required on the bus. And typically we like to keep the seat behind the bus driver empty. Because that does give them 6 feet of distance from the driver, and we want to keep as many drivers behind the wheel as possible. So we do not want to quarantine them. All right, any questions from the board about quarantine protocol?
Board members, right now, I think this is a lot of information, so it definitely is the time. Ms. Adcock?
The only question I have is when students are quarantined, does that mean that they get a COVID test at that time? Are they tested all of, like if 4 people are within that square?
Yeah, I'll cover that. I'll cover that in just a minute. Testing, just to be really, really clear, testing is always optional for parents. We would never test a student without parent permission. So that is always an option. We are going to have an option to have tests at every single school this year, but they'll meet with John Bass-Lease, our Health Alliance, myself. We'll develop the protocol for our systems, but never do we test a student without parent permission. There's no automatic just because somebody's exposed. We want to offer that as a service to our community, and those who want to receive it get to receive it.
Just as a tag along on that, so if let's say if we do add testing and a parent does ask that their child be tested and that test comes back negative, does that child still have to stay through that quarantine?
Yeah, so they would fall under the guidance that I went through earlier. From what I understand, and this is probably a question or maybe a further explanation from the Health Alliance when they're up there, about the incubation period of COVID and when testing is the most effective. So we wouldn't always necessarily do it immediately, but it would depend on the exposure date.
I think and you may answer this later on, I think one of the biggest questions is if they were quarantined, how they are going to be taught, because we are, not offering the other options we had last year available. So how will they be taught if they have the 10 or even 14-day quarantine? I think most of ours would probably be 10 or 14 days. How are they going to be taught?
Yeah, I hope most of ours are 0, 7, or 10. But I'll cover that if you'll just give me a moment on that. I have a few slides that actually cover that. But what I will say is that, amongst all of the politics and disagreements and agreements and discussions about COVID over the last 18 months, one of the things I think that all of us agree on, at least I've heard common agreement on, is that we want our students back in school for face-to-face instruction, and that's how students best learn. It's better for their mental health, it's better for their academic progress, and we want to do whatever we can do to keep as many students in school and also keep them safe at the same time. So we have geared all of our curriculum instruction work towards in-person learning. And as you know, it's a very, very big Band-Aid we put on the academic year last year that was mostly virtual. And so we want to move away from that as much as possible. But we also do want to support our students while they're in quarantine to be able to, but it will not be like it was last year if you're quarantined. It will be a different type of instructional service delivery. So, but I'll get to that here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have anything? Mr. Farr?
I just want to say one thing, based on this protocol, this quarantine protocol, not trying to be negative, but I don't see a whole lot of athletics or in-school learning. I mean, this is pretty strict, pretty tough. I understand it, but I don't know how this is not going to affect our classrooms and athletics in a big way.
Yeah, and I would just echo Mr. Furr, the athletics, and Mr. Tyson sure got the heck out of here. Oh, well, maybe no, I won't make you come to the podium yet. Maybe Mr. Furr will, but we're already starting. Obviously, we've started our summer practices for a lot of our fall sports already, and we are already quarantining students. And when the legislators last spring basically mandated a return to school option, a face-to-face option. One of the things that they also included in that legislation was the first time ever that Duke and the University of North Carolina Tar Heels came together. And they created the ABC Collaborative, and they mandated that in the legislation for the ABC Collaborative to study the impact of return to school in North Carolina schools. So, we always read about research and we read about studies and it's really people that we don't know. But these are our own students in our own state and our own district. And one of the things, Mr. Furr, to your point, that their cautionary tale was that the data proved that athletics was contributed more to COVID spread than just in-school, in-person learning. However, it could be mitigated. It was actually a very small spread, but it was larger than a classroom class-to-class spread. So with that, we've already seen some quarantines in our athletics programs as we started. So, Dane, do I need to pause so you guys, okay, keep on rolling? All right, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Walter?
So your example, you assumed 70% of people would not wear a mask. So if it was more, there'd be more quarantines? Or if you can go back to your slide.
No, I didn't assume anything. I was just trying to give an example.
Okay.
I wasn't drawing an assumption that 70% of people would or would not.
That was just the diagram showed 70%. So, you also mentioned we had Wolf Meadow under quarantine. How would that be different? Or would there be a difference? because they were all wearing a mask at the time?
Oh, do you mean, yeah, so do you mean the quarantines that we've had at Wolf Meadow?
Correct. You can go through that.
Yeah, I will. So, first off, I'd like to say about Wolf Meadow, I've heard lots of unfortunate terms said about Wolf Meadow. It's an experiment, it's a case study, and I would just say that Wolf Meadow is a real school with real kids and real teachers and real administrators. So it's not an experiment, it's not a case study. We're trying to do teaching and learning as best we can there. We're trying to lead learning and engage kids, and I know there were several board visits to Wolf Meadow this week, and I think that they saw teaching and learning happening in a way that most of us would want to see it happening. So with Wolf Meadow, we had a quarantine week of about 43 quarantines, and that was what a lot of people don't throw into that story was that was the week that before the current guidance that I just explained to you changed. That's why quarantining can be so confusing, because it's changed and evolved over time. I will promise you, we know it. We'll implement it right. We'll implement the current guidance. But that was when they did not have, if 2 students are wearing masks within 3 to 6 feet, that they don't have to quarantine. So that was the week prior to the end of July, where we had 43 quarantines based on 4 positive cases. The following week, if that would have happened the following week, we would have quarantined 2 students, including the 4 that had COVID positive. So we would have gone from, under the current guidance, we would have gone from, under the former guidance to 43 quarantines to, under the current guidance that I just explained to you, to 2 quarantines in addition to the students who were COVID positive.
So we don't go back and retroactive apply the rule?
No. And a lot of those students have already returned and are back in school that were quarantined.
Thank you.
Ms. Blackwell?
Yeah, so I don't know if some of the things that I'm going to say to you would be better served to be answered by the Cabarrus Health Alliance. But
I'll tell you if they are.
I'm sure you will. So I was definitely one of the folks that got to go visit Wolf Meadow, and very impressed with the principal and just the work that they're doing there. I'm just going to say that. And I greatly appreciate them taking the time to welcome all of us with open arms and really not holding back with their thoughts and opinions on the way this is going. But some of the questions that I had, and this is regarding the quarantining and the changing with the quarantines so often, is that there are studies out there, and these are things that I've pulled straight from the CDC, and this was published in April 21, is that asymptomatic children are proving not to be spreading COVID. So I guess my question is, the quarantining of children who are not exhibiting symptoms, what are we really, I guess, what is that really doing? How many of these children that we've quarantined, even though they may or may not have come in contact with these children that have tested positive, are actually coming back positive?
So that may be a question that's better for the Health Alliance.
Okay.
What I will say that, and again, I'd refer back to the legislated data study that we had last year that we know were North Carolina students, that included our students across the state of North Carolina, was very clear on the mitigation strategies that worked. And now, what we don't know in that study is it wasn't a control experiment. So we didn't have a group that wore masks and a group that didn't, and all of that. So that's where that study probably has some further implications. But
Well,
I cannot answer your question.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
And I will be more than happy to ask that to them. But also, one of the things that I noticed just while I was there is that masks, even though some children were wearing masks, they were not being worn properly. So are we just requiring or wanting to require masks to check the box so that we don't have to quarantine these children? Because who's going to be the mask police to make sure that they're wearing them properly? Because if they're not, then it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, I think that's a decision for the board, Ms. Blackwell. I think that, currently masks are optional.
Right.
So staff are not going to be as compelled to say, well, you're not wearing your mask right. Can you please pull up your mask? But if masks are required, then that obviously would be the expectation of a teacher to say, pull up your mask, honey, and,
Yeah.
wear it like this.
I'm just
So-
throwing out some scenarios here that is going to put some kind of, these million different scenarios that we have, right? If you were this, then you go this, and then you have this, and I'm wondering where are the numbers coming back with all of these things that we put into place? What's the data as far as these students that we've quarantined for so long? And did they actually really even have COVID? And really, did they even need to be out of school if they didn't have symptoms at all? Because according to the CDC, if you're asymptomatic, you're not spreading this virus. Those are just some of my questions.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, when students are quarantined or adults are quarantined, they refuse to get a test. So we will never know the answer to that question, I believe. But
Ms. Sandage?
Brian, thanks for all of the work that you've done on this. This visual was great for people, who may not be able to read or write and can't understand maybe what we've put in writing as a result of that. I understand, and I just want to, I guess, make more of a visual. So I'm going to, tell me your name. I want to say it right. Ashton. Okay, so Ashton and I have on masks today, right? Laura, Rob, you don't have on masks today. So it doesn't matter that we have on masks today if somebody in this group here comes up positive for COVID. We would still be quarantining if we were in a classroom.
it would depend on how far away you were
Okay.
from that person. Yes,
Okay.
but that's correct.
Okay.
Depending on the distance.
Great visual. Thank you again.
All right, let me keep going. All right. All right, so testing availability is what I referred to earlier, is that Cabarrus County Schools and the Cabarrus Health Alliance we're going to partner with NCDHHS to offer COVID-19 student and staff testing at all schools. And again, that is a service to those who need it. It's a convenience thing to, we all know how busy our lives are, and going to schedule to have that done can be very cumbersome on families who are, everybody's working at multiple students. So we're offering that as a service to all of the school community that we serve. And it's similar to last year. I know the board, we received a couple of reports on this, that we had test pilots with North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. Last year it was a very successful pilot. Families were very grateful and thankful. Staff members were glad to be able to have that service as well, because they and their families were able to be tested. Those were antigen tests. We would have, in this scenario, we would have both the PCRs as well as the antigen, which is the rapid test, available. And along with this, there would be additional funding for staff to support school nurses. I know that several of you on your visit to Wolf Meadow met the nurse there, who has, I don't know if I should say this, but she puts in more time than she probably should there. So sorry, Dr. Coyle. But she does, and our nurses are very, very dedicated, and the work of contact tracing, communicating to parents over the phone in a mostly in a very communicative way, to explain the scenario, to explain what's going on, and then have to pull bus video, literally, because when you were talking, Ms. Sanders, with your example, I was getting ready to pull out my tape measure. I mean, literally, that's what I was thinking. I want to have to measure how far apart you are. And literally, I wouldn't put that over your head and do that, but I would say, okay, well, you're sitting here, you were sitting here, and looking at that distancing. So I would just say that it includes additional funding to support that school nurse and our school nurses at every single school. And my hat's off to them. And then some of them even signed up to work Summer Jumpstart this summer. So thank you very much to them. It won't be required. I know there's a fear. Some people have a fear out in the public that we're going to force vaccines on people or force testing on people. We're not doing that. We ask for parent permission when it comes to testing. If somebody says no, we don't try to twist their arm and convince them that, oh, you really need to be tested. So it's not required. It is a service that's available. And then the student testing, as I put at the end, will require parent permission. So that's the testing that we'll have available. I don't have a due date on that yet. My guess is right now, will not be available the very first day of school, but just today I had a webinar with the vendor that the state is working with on how they do testing at school sites. So they would actually meet with school leadership. We would set it up in a way that I just described, and then we would have testing available for all of our schools. All right, so instructional support for quarantine students. Dr. Hill, you may have to bail me out on this. I'm going to do my best Dr. Hill impression here. So she's been working with not only the CNI team, but has received feedback from multiple stakeholders on this. And so providing support for quarantine students. So the goal, as I alluded to, has always been a safe in-person instruction for students 5 days a week. No one has veered from that or wants to veer from that. The majority of students learn best when they're in person with our high quality instructional team. And that instruction for this school year has really been geared around that in-person instruction that we all want. And then hybrid instruction. So if you remember last year, the live instruction or the live streaming is no longer an option. That was a tremendous lift on our instructional staff. That is one of the reasons why we kept the student week, the live student week, Monday through Thursday, because of the planning lift and the follow-up lift that it created on Fridays for teachers to be able to do that. And I'll remember a first grade teacher telling me, actually a second grade teacher telling me that it took her 32 clicks to enter one activity into the Canvas learning platform, right? So that's everything. So we're still going to be using Canvas, but not at the great quantity that we were before. So teachers will post a week at a glance snapshot for the week by Monday morning that would include learning objectives, assignments with due dates, and assessment dates. And then teachers will maintain that Canvas course following a clear criteria, which will be fully developed, vetted, and shared with teachers by August 12th. And then teacher Canvas courses may include pre-recorded lessons for students to access. They won't be recording their entire day's instruction, but rather critical direct instruction. Students will have access to our digital content. So some of the things that this board recently approved for our students to have, like iReady, Alex, Letterland, BrainPop, and additional things for students to be able to work at their level. So that's one of the great things also about a lot of those online digital content, that it helps students work at their level. So if they're a 5th grader working on a 10th grade level, they get 10th grade content on that. And then teachers may send home paper and pencil work packets if that's worked out between the teacher and the parent. And then schools will contract with instructional personnel to provide support before and after school. And then students' makeup work will be submitted in accordance with our board policy 4400. So just some additional information on those things. So the Canvas courses may include recorded lessons. So one of the things that we have that we didn't have at the beginning of last year is all these recorded lessons on topics that we taught all school year long. So that is with a teacher who knows the content and can teach those recorded lessons. And so we have a bank of those, about 13 months, I think, if I'm guessing right or estimating right on that, 13 months worth of lessons that span over 2 school years. The grade level and department would collaborate to plan and record lessons for the team, and we could record some daily lessons. And then we also have a list of supplemental video resources from approved sources. So instructional support strategies in terms of the contracted personnel, we'd also be able to contract with instructional staff. If you remember in the ESSER dollars last year that were approved at the end of the year, that was for learning challenges and to mitigate learning loss. So we'd be able to utilize some of those funds to hire additional instructional staff to support quarantine students. They'd have office hours on Teams, be able to answer those Canvas questions, interface with teachers, connect with students, teachers, social workers, technicians, and other staff members that they would need. And then finally, one of the adjustments that we've made due to the rise in COVID numbers is adjusted the time for our open house. So you'll see those posted there, the dates and the times. Those are also on our website. And then each school will also announce if there's a certain protocol or order to go in at their school site. So say, for instance, I know Rocky River, I saw a post theirs on Twitter the other day, and their open house sites is divided by the last name of the student. And now, we also know that we have families that have multiple last names. So they can choose one and go at that time. So there's lots of options. So what that will do is basically break, like for elementary school, I've referred to Rocky River, from 4 to 5, a certain alpha would go during that time. From 5 to 6, another alpha, and then from 6 to 7, another alpha group. And that will help mitigate exposure and help people distance while they're getting that face-to-face interaction with their teacher, which we believe is so critically important here at the beginning of the school year. So with that, I'll pull up the reins and take any other questions that you have.
Board members, and I'll start with Ms. Sandage.
I don't have any questions per se, but I also want to thank Dr. Brinson for welcoming myself and Ms. Carpenter with open arms to the school. I asked a few follow-up questions relating to, just contact tracing, and it was just disheartening to hear that it takes 8 to 10 hours to contact trace. That was one of the things that, I wanted to see if that can be shortened in any way, shape, or form. I guess I do have a question then, huh? Maybe I should ask Dr. Brinson that specifically. But
Well, I would just say that it could be with that additional personnel that we're going to get is going to be a huge to be able to, with that testing and the additional support that we're getting from through DHHS, actually for federal government funds, COVID funds, that will come through DHHS to help assist that school nurse that puts in so many hours, and administrators that put in those hours. So that will be a big help. And then, anything that we can do, any decisions that can be made to mitigate exposures in the school. So that's, maximizing the distance between students, looking at all those other things that we've kind of discussed ad nauseum on the board, but then also with principals to make sure that they're keeping students, as distanced, but still taking in the, kindergartners have to learn to read. And sometimes that's not 6 feet apart. And so we still have to take in that human factor in all that and consider that. So it's a long answer to say, yes, we'll have some support for that, but we also have to do our part by making decisions and taking actions to mitigate exposures.
the other thing I was going to say, it was really delightful to see children in their natural environment excited about being in school. I didn't see kids that were wearing their masks wrong. I did see a few kids come into the school building as I was signing in with their masks, kind of hanging from their face. And I think the response was, if they come in with a mask that suggests that their parent wants them to have a mask on in school, so they just try to follow that. And I thought that was a good method to the madness, if you will. So again, I just thank those teachers. I truly appreciate being able to visit the school and see how things are being ran and possibly how things will be run, going forward. So thank you.
Ms. Blackwell?
Yep, I'm actually going to echo a lot of what Keisha just said, which is this contact tracing that we are having to have these school nurses do is just absolutely, it's insane, the work that they have to put into this. And that was partly kind of what I was asking you, Brian, is, we're spinning our wheels to do all of this contact tracing, but then what data is that giving us back as far as are we doing this just to satisfy these mandates by the CDC and these state guidelines, and are we really getting the information back that makes sense for us to be doing this? Because I haven't seen any data that indicates all of this contact tracing is giving us anything that indicates that these children that are asymptomatic are contributing to the spread of this virus. And so I absolutely think that Dr. Brinson and her staff, and I was able to see the children in, like you said, their natural habitat, which is having them collaborate together and learn together, and they need this so desperately. They've needed it for so long, and so I guess I'm questioning, are we spinning our wheels and doing all of these things, and is it really making a difference as far as what the spread of this virus is? And is there something that we can do as a board to help these nurses not have to do this in this way, if we're not getting the results and the answers that we're looking for?
Mr. Walter?
We had talked about what we had approved a couple weeks ago with max optional, but we also talked about the 3-foot, guaranteeing a 3-foot distance. So we've heard that maybe that's not possible. Did you check into that? Is there option?
Yeah, I've talked to several principals about that. It's really hard to quantify at this point, Mr. Walter, just because we don't know what our full rosters are going to be until kids truly show up on the first day of school. And if you go into all of our schools, like, some people went to Wolf Meadow, those rooms are, I don't even know what the shape is, but they're almost triangular shaped, but they got a couple other edges on them. So they're created, all schools are created differently in terms of their spaces. So it's really going to be based on the individual school. I will say that once we get above, in general, once we get up above 25, 26 students, it becomes increasingly more difficult to be 3 feet apart. And again, the tongue-in-cheek reference I made to kids sitting in perfect rows, sitting perfectly still all the time, is not how we teach school. So,
I mean, we just don't want to guarantee it if we can't do it.
but we are going to, make every effort to maximize the distance that we have, and I would say that we'll have to work on that all year long.
Mr. Furr?
But I think the most important thing, we haven't guaranteed it. We know it's going to be a challenge. Like we've said many times before, there's not a playbook on how to do this. So every day is a challenge. Every day is being creative, trying to figure out how to do this. And I'm like the other ones on the trip to Wolf Meadow. It was good to see kids engaged, but was also told out there that a lot of the kids didn't know at that time, which was early in the week, that they didn't really know masks were optional. Their parents haven't got the message yet, or whatever the situation. But one thing for sure, the kids that couldn't learn last year virtually, they can't be quarantined and sent home for 2 weeks. It's going to be the same situation as last year. They're going to have no learning. So we have to we got to work hard to figure out how to make this work without sending these kids home.
Ms. Carpenter?
Again, I would like to thank Principal Brinson for her invitation to let us come and to see the children. It was a wonderful experience. She was very, very helpful, her and her staff both, and it was great to see the children and to see the facility, and she did an outstanding job in showing us around. And I saw I did not see many children that did not have the mask on properly. Most of them did. And again, I saw the very same thing in talking with the school nurse with the contact tracing. And also, we just need to do and see what we can do to try to help the other nurses before the rest of them get on staff and everything, to see what we can do to help that situation. If it's with ESSA funds or with some other type of thing, working with the county commissioners, with the Health Alliance, to see what we can do. This is this is the things we do, because they've got a lot of stuff on their plate other than that, helping our children with their health needs and everything else. They've got a lot of stuff going on. And, we keep talking about the virus, but this is a whole different strain. And so this is acting different than the other ones did. And so we've got to help them any way we can. But again, I want to thank them for letting us tour the facility and see the boots on the ground, and it was very helpful, and I really appreciate it.
Ms. Adcock?
I would just voice the same as everybody else. Going out to Wolf Meadow Elementary was a great opportunity to see firsthand how things are being done, and the team there is doing a fantastic job. I saw about 99% of students, teachers, and support staff all had masks on that day that I was there, and I got an opportunity to actually sit down with a teacher, have a conversation with a teacher, talk about, some of the challenges, and just let her know that we really appreciate all the work that they're doing for our children. I would like to ask a question that are we as a school system this year, are we going to supply masks, disposable masks to our students?
Yes.
And how often are those masks going to be given to our students?
Well, our buses will have a year's supply. No, we are going to supply whatever it takes. We have funding that can cover that, and because on the bus masks are required, we are ready and prepared to make sure that if a student rides a bus that we got that covered. So.
Thank you.
Okay, and do you have further, or would you like me to just?
Yeah, just an update because I know there's some curiosity on it. So the last week we moved to the new quarantine guidance, what I just shared with everyone tonight. Our early colleges, neither one of those had any exposures or quarantines. And I'll say that I actually misspoke, so I want to correct an error I made last week. So our early college high school that is on the south campus of Rowan Cabarrus Community College is required. Those students are required to wear masks. They are in an RCCC building. Our early college of technology, mostly the freshmen and sophomores, they're on their property, but they are in a Cabarrus County Schools building. So when they are in there, it's optional for them. But when they're over in the formal RCCC building, they are required to wear masks. So I know that's a little confusing, but there are times when specifically students in the non-RCCC building at the Early College of Technology, the masks are optional there. And then Wolf Meadow, so neither one of those schools had any quarantines or any exposures this week or any positive cases. And Wolf Meadow Elementary School, so see the contrast in the weeks and the difference in the guidance. They did not have any exposures or positive cases either.
Okay, and I think that is a great segue into introducing and asking Dr. Bonnie Coyle and Mrs. Erin Shue to the podium. They'll give a presentation and an update there from the Cabarrus Health Alliance, and I think a lot of the majority of the questions or comments that were made are going to be more appropriately responded by Dr. Coyle and Mrs. Shue. Are you set to go? Okay. If you'll just key your mic up, Dr. Coyle. Yeah. There you go. Great.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Bonnie Coyle, the Public Health Director at Cabarrus Health Alliance, and Erin Shue is with me, as well as several of our staff who've been very instrumental in the school response over the past year. We want to share a little bit of data with you tonight and then give you our recommendations for what we think would be the best option for schools for the start of the school year. Do I have the ability to advance, or someone else? As Superintendent Schultz already said, we're all here with the same shared goal. We want to keep kids in school and learning in person. That is the best way for students to learn, and for a whole host of other reasons, it's also just better for them overall with their health, with their mental health, all factors considered. So we all have that shared goal. So what we want to do here is share some data, some of which Superintendent Schultz already addressed, so we can kind of go over those a little more quickly and get to our recommendations. Talk about the Center for Disease Control recommendations, the Academy of Peds recommendations, and then talk about various masking options and the research out there, and then share our recommendations. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Erin to go through some of our local data, and then I'll be back up to talk about some of the research.
All
right. Good evening, Board of Education members. It's nice to see everyone again. So I'm really going to hit on, I'm really going to talk through the data, which Superintendent Schultz has done a nice job of doing for you already. But essentially, we really just want to drive home the point that we are in excessive community transmission of COVID. So you can see here cases per 100,000 residents over the last 14 days, 426. We have a county population of 216,000, so you can roughly double that and see what we're working with. The percent positive, Mr. Schultz shared with you, is 10.8%, but our DHHS website actually keeps a rolling percent positive, and of this morning was 11.4%. So while I had hoped we could come with better data and more optimistic data, this is just the reality. So if we look back to 2020 versus 2021, I want to show you where we're at. So in May of 2020, you can see number of cases for 0 to 17-year-olds. We were at 19, and this May of 2021, 141. We went to June, and we were getting cautiously optimistic. All right, things are moving in the right direction, but we also were hearing more and more about the Delta variant and the more contagious spread. And so you can see here, actually last June was worse for this, but we go into July and you can see that reversed course. So here you can also see last July, we didn't have vaccines. So we did not have vaccines available to us or to anyone in the community. So here you can see our general COVID makeup of cases and how they're split with age categories. So our 0 to 11-year-olds in yellow, our purple are 12 to 17-year-olds, and then you can see the rest. So the only age categories where the cases or the percentage of case makeup is actually increasing are in our 0 to 11-year-olds and 12 to 17-year-olds. All others are going down. And we would hope that because folks are taking advantage of our vaccines. Mr. Schultz has already shown you this, so you can see the trend of cases amongst those who are 5 to 17-year-olds, and then we break those 18-year-olds out, just because we know many 18-year-olds have graduated and are no longer in our school system. But this is the slide that Mr. Schultz referenced, adding in our 0 to 4, because I know you also have some programs that invite our younger students to them, so wanted you to see. So really an upward trajectory for our 5 to 17-year-olds and our 0 to 4-year-olds there. So Mr. Basilis is going to share with you, just in case you don't have a hard copy, the updated Strong Schools Toolkit. So you've got that, but just wanted to point out some of the guidance in here. And so all of this is in your packet that you're going to have. So the CDC does recommend universal masking for anyone in the school building. And so a lot of words on this slide, I'm not going to read through them all, but we've noted at the bottom with a purple star that is their recommendation, regardless of vaccination status, vaccinated or not, that everyone is masked. If you continue on to the Academy of Pediatrics, they too recommend that all students older than 2 and all school staff should wear a face mask regardless of vaccination status. So again, this is the latest update from the toolkit. I wanted to make sure that you had a copy of that for yourself. So again, the CDC recommends that we wear a mask even if we're vaccinated. Dr. Coyle will talk about it. We are seeing breakthrough cases of those that are vaccinated, which we believe is even more important why we continue to mask up, because we genuinely all want the same thing. We want kids, I want my kids physically in the school buildings this school year.
I want to take a few minutes to focus in on the research that has demonstrated the effectiveness of mask wearing. And when you look at all of that research, essentially the finding is when prevention strategies are consistently and correctly used, including the wearing of face masks, the risk of COVID transmission in the school environment is decreased. And where is that data coming from? As Superintendent Schultz already referenced, what's really neat is that a lot of that data came from right here in North Carolina. As he indicated, school leaders asked Duke University and UNC to really help with the research and help school leaders understand how they can bring kids back to school and safely keep them there learning face to face. And so the ABC Collaborative was created. They've spent this whole past year looking at all the 100 some school districts across the state, collecting data and analyzing it. And what they reported in their report that was just issued in June, I want to actually read you their main finding. Proper masking is the most effective mitigation strategy to prevent the secondary transmission in schools when COVID-19 is circulating. We are in a high transmission state right now. We have more COVID circulating right now than we have since last January, when the rates were extremely high. And when vaccination is unavailable, for instance, children under the age of 12, or there is insufficient uptake. And I'll show you in a minute that we locally and in the state of North Carolina have lower vaccination rates than the entire country. So a collaborative that was brought together on the recommendation of school leaders is recommending that right now, if we want kids in school, keeping them there safely, we need to have them wear masks, because then we won't have to isolate them, we won't have to quarantine them, we keep kids in school. There was an additional study which looked at just 11 school districts in North Carolina in the fall of last year, and found that with proper mitigation strategies, including the wearing of masks, school-related transmission is kept low even when community transmission is high. So even though we've got high transmission right now, if we put masks on kids as we send them back to school, we can keep them there in person learning. Several other studies from St. Louis and even from other countries have shown that when proper mitigation strategies are in place, we keep transmission low in the school setting. However, some of those studies have also shown, such as from several states, Michigan and Washington State, when those masks are not properly worn, there have been outbreaks. There's also a study out of Israel that showed that, again, when because of a heat wave, they discontinued the need to wear masks, it led to immediate outbreaks and large numbers of children both infected and quarantined as a result of being a close contact. So the research is getting stronger. Remember, we've only been in this for 18 months. Hard to believe, right? Doesn't it feel like COVID's been a part of our life for years? We've only been in this for 18 months, and we're constantly collecting information that's better informing. And right now, the studies are very clear that we can put kids back in school face-to-face safely if they are wearing masks and following other mitigation strategies. Just a quick word about vaccines. Vaccines have been shown to protect individuals from infection and especially from severe illness and hospitalization. Moderna and Pfizer have been found to be as much as 96 to 100% effective against severe, critical, or fatal disease. And all the vaccines have been found to be effective, a little bit less so at spreading, at people becoming infected, even with mild disease. But the vaccines are an effective way for us to prevent this spread. As I mentioned, we have a slightly lower vaccine rate in our state than in others. Across the country, the vaccine rate now is at about 71%. And right here in Cabarrus County, we're at about 53%, which is about where the state is, just a percentage point or two higher. So we do have a lower vaccination rate locally and in our state, which means we have to be even more careful with other mitigation strategies. The Delta variant is changing the game on us. None of us want to be here right now talking about this. We want this behind us in the rearview mirror. Delta has changed things and definitely changed the picture that we see with COVID. As you can see here from this slide, some of the other strains of COVID, one person when infected might infect 2 other people. What we're seeing with the Delta variant is that one person is infecting as many as 5 or more individuals. The Delta variant is more infectious and it is causing more severe illness when it strikes. This is the frustrating thing about viruses. When there are still a lot of people unprotected by vaccine and not wearing masks, you can spread viruses, and they are tricky little devils, and they can, inside a person, figure out how to mutate to become more infectious. And that's what's going to keep happening as long as we keep leaving a pool of susceptible people in our communities and then unprotected from mask wearing. Is this virus this virus is a large virus. It has a lot of genetic material in it, which allows it to make those genetic mutations more frequently that will keep allowing it to change slightly to keep infecting more people. So the best way we can get to putting COVID in our rearview mirror is for people to be vaccinated and then to wear masks when they are not, or in settings when we have high transmission rates. So Superintendent Schultz already showed our hospital data. I do want to emphasize that again because this is becoming concerning. We are, as you can see, over the past 2 months, gone from very few people in the hospital with COVID to 77 as of today. Over the weekend, there were about 30 new people admitted, so that number is escalating every day. We were not at this rate of hospitalizations since about last November. It got higher in January and February, up to over 100, and that's where we're headed if we don't start being really, really careful about this spread. As of this morning, Atrium shared with us that 95% of the people in the hospital severely ill are unvaccinated individuals. Only 5% of them are vaccinated, and every one of those 5% who are vaccinated but still severely ill in the hospital were immunocompromised. So they had cancer, or they were on steroids because of COPD, or they had some other immunocompromising condition which prevented their bodies from being able to mount an antibody response. So this epidemic is being continued because we have too many people who are susceptible and not getting protected. So we want kids back in school. Let's go all the way back to the beginning, what we've been saying all along. We want kids in school. If we put masks on them, we will reduce the number of students which will have to be quarantined, as Superintendent Schultz's examples so aptly pointed out. If we have masks on the kids, we will keep so many more kids in the classroom. We won't be quarantining. We won't be using those 8-10 hours a week to do the contact tracing and to figure out who needs to be quarantined and that. So we can keep students physically in school, which also means they can participate in their extracurricular activities, which is what they really want to be doing. Kids need that social interaction. And then furthermore, we're going to keep their parents and guardians at work. They're not going to have to stay home because their child is now at home and somebody has to stay home and take care of them. So we're looking for the impact of how we put kids back in school, learning in person, with the least amount of disruption to the school day in terms of having to quarantine children and use the time of staff and school nurses to investigate that. So our recommendation to all of you is, yes, let's get those kids back in school, learning in person, but let's apply universal masking, as the research from our own state has shown is going to make a huge, huge difference. Is there any questions?
Okay, just making sure. So we'll get started with board member comments or questions. So I know that we had you here last year, and I couldn't remember the date. Do you remember, like, comparing
It was February.
So-
So was the last time we were with you.
of this year?
Yes,
Yeah,
February.
sorry. Okay, great. Board members, I'm going to start with comments and questions. I'm going to start on Ms. Adcock's side.
Thank you for that presentation. That was very informational. I do have a couple of questions about masks. Are you recommending cloth or disposable mask? I know that the CDC talks about cloth masks for adults, disposable masks for kids. I mean, is there any variation in?
Mask, in general, there would be, we want just a mask on.
Okay, and the other part that I read, it actually came from CHA's website, was talking about the way that children should wear masks includes cleaning hands at least 20 seconds, using an alcohol-based hand rub, or at least 40 seconds if using soap and water before putting on a mask, and then taking off a mask. So is that also part of this, that if they don't clean their hands and they're putting their mask on and off all day, that those masks are not going to be working correctly, or?
So what the CDC is suggesting is that we do what's called layered mitigation strategies. So it's not just having masks on. We still need all those other strategies in place, which would include, the 3 feet distancing, the washing hands, those kinds of things. That's going to help. It's going to increase. But again, the research is showing when masks are in place and properly worn, you are going to markedly reduce the transmission rate.
And in your recommendation, are you recommending that children change their mask every single day?
I think the current recommendation is that as long as it is not soiled, they...
Yeah, so we've got some great resources on the CHA website. The CDC does. I mean, there's a lot of mask information out there. So a 2-ply mask, 2 layers of protection, which most disposable masks have, most cloth masks have, unless they're homemade. But yeah, common sense. We want kids, we want adults, we want everybody to take off a mask and put on a mask with clean hands, whether that's with appropriate hand sanitizer or washing with soap and water. And then if a mask is soiled, let's wash it, let's get a new one. If a mask becomes wet or damp during the day, Mr. Schultz already alluded to, there are going to be plenty of masks within the school building, school buses to help kids change those out.
And I just asked those questions because while I was at Wolf Meadow, there were a lot of kids that had cloth masks versus disposable masks. Some of them were, looked like they could have been soiled, or, if you're asking the parent to launder that versus giving them a new mask every day in the school, it might make a difference.
Ms. Carpenter?
Yes, I have 5 questions because I've got them written out here. And since we're on the mask, I'll start with those first. And because getting a lot of emails, and a lot of emails this week, a lot of the parents had stated, masks are bad for my children. They're breathing in that oxygen, and it's really bad. Please state for me whether masks are bad, because that's one of the things I heard over and over for parents. Is this mask bad for them? Because they said they're breathing in that oxygen. So please correct that or not correct that, because I heard that over and over.
So masks are completely safe for the vast, vast majority of individuals. Now there will be some exceptions, people who are extremely immunocompromised or have restrictive breathing from severe lung disease. They may struggle to wear a mask and still be able to get a breath in, especially if they're moving or walking about. But for 99.9% of individuals, it's absolutely safe.
Well, they're saying for children, but they're saying they're bad for them. They're breathing in their used oxygen and everything. But I wanted to clarify that. Also, right now, as you stated, and I watch these numbers almost daily, we are at 11.4. At what percentage rate would you say it would be good if we put a mask mandate in? At what rate would you say would be a good rate where we could say we would make optional masks? At what rate would be an acceptable rate to make it optional if we would do that? Still keeping maybe some of the other things, distancing in place or something. Is it under 5%, under 2%? What would you recommend that be?
So our recommendation is while we're in substantial and high-risk transmission categories, that the safest thing is to have masks on our students. As both the transmission rates get lower and then the percent positivity rate drops under 10% and lower, then you'd have to look at both of those. So there's several criteria we want to be looking at to determine, and it would be once we get out of substantial and high-risk transmission categories.
I had saw some say 3% or under 3 to 5%, but I didn't know if you had some type of range like that or not. You don't, or, I mean, I know you have to look at a lot of factors, but I didn't know if you had one in particular.
Yes. We definitely want to be under 10% and
well, I
preferably
mean,
lower.
yeah, I know that.
Again, depending on the other factors, if we get down to a lower transmission rate, then a slightly higher positivity rate might be okay.
When do you think we may possibly, or have you heard any time when we may have a vaccination for our under 12 group? Have you heard any kind of time frame?
They're looking at that, and we're hoping to have some findings shortly. Do you have a?
No, I've heard most recently Moderna is hoping to have emergency use authorization approval for under 12, but we don't have a timeline on that yet.
No timeline. Also, do you think there will be possibly, or have you heard anything about boosters for the actual vaccination? Or has there been anything about doing boosters for people that have had the vaccination?
There is definitely talk. Dr. Fauci just came out within the past day or two saying it looks like they are going to be recommending boosters for folks who might be immunocompromised or older, more high risk. But again, I haven't seen anything definite, no concrete recommendations about that. I think our main focus right now is getting everyone fully vaccinated and then start looking at the effectiveness of booster. I do believe that evidence is starting to show that we are probably going to need some boosters because, effectiveness wanes a few percentage points every time a few more months have passed by. So we're probably going to need boosters, but I haven't seen any concrete recommendations yet about which groups and when to start to do that.
Well, my last question is kind of a loaded question here, and I'm always well known for those. And you may not be able to answer it, but I myself am vaccinated, and one reason I'm wearing a mask, my doctor had advised me I'm in a high-risk category, and with us being at the high rate we are now, I want to be safe. Because with this Delta variant, I know that even a vaccinated person can catch it. Now, if we're talking about quarantines, and you see how close we are up here. If someone on my right or my left come down with the Delta variants and you see who's wearing masks, who are not, who would be quarantined if we are where we are right now? Who would be quarantined on this panel right now? You see how we're spread out, and I just tell you, I am vaccinated and I am wearing a mask. With the current and how we are right now.
Yeah, and so those criteria apply to.
And we'll be here at least 2 hours.
Yeah.
We know that, so I'll be here.
So a fully vaccinated adult who does not develop symptoms won't have to quarantine.
Okay, but how about, the other ones that are.
What if I had COVID? I've already had COVID.
If that's been within 3 months, then you have to look at each case and understand individually. Have you been vaccinated? Have you had COVID? When did you have COVID? Is it within the past couple of months? So it would be hard for me to sit
It
here
would,
and start.
and so that's what I didn't. I told you it was a loaded question. So, I mean, it does on a lot. The distancing I know does it. The time frame I know does it with a lot of it.
Yeah.
With that, but I know the distancing is
Yeah.
a very important.
And that's why we have a whole team of folks at CHA that are working on this, because it is complicated. There are a lot of guidelines. They have changed as the data has helped us understand how they needed to change over time. And so we'd have to go through and talk to each person, understand what the length of time, the contact, the vaccination status, whether or not they've been infected previously.
But, but that was one of my questions, because I know they have changed, and I'd hate to lose our whole board at one time. But thank you very much for everything you do and your staff does. Thank you.
Mr. Farr?
First of all, thank you guys for coming once again with some updated information. Just a couple quick questions. Earlier you mentioned that you knew how many of the severely sick in the hospital that were in the hospital sick had underlying conditions. You named how many did you say?
5%.
5%. Now, how about the other ones that was not vaccinated? How many of those had underlying conditions?
I don't have that.
And why would you not have that when you have the other? I mean, is there a reason? I mean, they maybe didn't have them. That's okay. I'm just trying to wonder why you had
data. This
one.
is information shared at our leaders meeting this morning, and
Yeah, I was just wondering why one was mentioned and one wasn't mentioned, but that's okay. And the other thing I like to add to Miss Adcock's, we had masks on last year then when we finally got to go back to school, and we got constant reports from teachers that kids' masks were just, god awful by Friday. And I think that's a big concern, that they're using the same mask over and over again. And I think that's why she probably asked the question, are masks available? Because from elementary school teachers last year, that was a big concern about soiled masks. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Mr. Walter?
Okay, also thank you for coming and talking to us and helping us share some current information with the public and for us. I mean, I'm not a medical expert at all, aviation guy, so a lot of this could be above my head, but we have, as a board, been bombarded by people on both sides, all claiming to be medical experts and talking about things that are over my head. But just generally, how many, you said there's 217,000 people in Cabarrus County? And you said you vaccinated 15 or 50% of those?
53% of those over the age of 12.
Okay, so that's a lower number. Then
Yes, it's.
what percentage of people in the county have actually had COVID and recovered?
24,000.
So, I mean, I guess we had heard a long time ago there's this herd immunity at some point, at 70% or whatever it was. How do you reach that, or are we close to that, or what's?
So herd immunity, most experts think you have to be at least over 70% vaccinated rates
Or recovered?
before you're starting to get some herd immunity. Some believe it's even as high as 80%. I was just reading some discussion that because the Delta variant is so much more infectious, we probably have to get closer to 90% vaccinated rates before we would have herd immunity because of just how infectious Delta is.
So what tells you it's Delta and not some other variant or some other thing?
I'm sorry?
What tells you it's Delta and not some other variant of some sort? How do you know that?
I'm not sure I
Can you
understand.
restate your question?
How do you know if it's a Delta variant, if it's a whatever, I don't know, Alpha variant or whatever they are? How do you know we're talking Delta? How do you know what's what?
How do we know which
That the case
variant?
somebody has is a Delta variant or some other thing?
So right now, most of the circulating virus in North Carolina and this country is the Delta variant.
We just assume that, or we know that, or do we test
I'm
for that? Do we assume that, or we just know that by testing?
It's
or
coming from CDC data from their sequencing, and
So it's here in Cabarrus County, or how do you?
I'm going to interrupt for just a moment. Could we please not have any noise from the audience. It is really hard to hear up here with that in the background. Thank you. All right, so restate your question because I missed a good portion of it, and I see.
Again, this is a
Dr.
lot of
Paul.
stuff that's over my head, but I'm trying to figure out that we're saying it's a Delta variant. How do we know it's not some other variant that's in Cabarrus County?
It could be, and it likely will become one. Yeah, that's the thing. This virus has been able to mutate into numerous variant strains already. It could mutate yet again into another variant. So, to your question, we're using the best available evidence that we have that these are what the current circulating variant strains are. But
I guess it comes back to, we saw the numbers go down quite significantly in June, and even before the governor relaxed his orders. And now they've gone the other direction quite substantially. And why was that? Why is that? And that's kind of what my thought. Well, why did it jump? We're in the middle of summertime. Usually you hear about viruses aren't really that effective during summertime. But why is it going up?
why is it going up? It's going up most rapidly in states where there are low vaccination rates. So it's likely, again, due to the amount of susceptible population that you have, and then the increased infectiousness of the now strain that appears to be circulating the most, which is.
So you're saying Cabarrus County has a low vaccination rate? Is that what we're?
It has a relatively low vaccination rate compared to some of our other states.
And that's why we're seeing an increase here in Cabarrus County.
It's one of the contributing factors.
Okay, I mean, it says we're a high transmission. You said we're a high transmission county,
Yes.
is what you said.
Yes.
And that kind of goes back to, and this is above you, but we have a health director that's put certain restrictions in place. I mean, it's not just the school system that's spreading COVID, it's the whole community, right? So if it's that critical, our governor hasn't done anything in the last couple of weeks. In fact, he's relaxing things. Why wouldn't he be saying, hey, everybody should be wearing a mask going into movie theaters or concerts or whatever, grocery stores? We don't hear that. Is there a reason for that? Why is that not happening? I mean, I don't mean to throw this at you. It's just these are things that go on in my head. Is if we're saying that we're in a critical level here, we're not seeing that from the state, our state medical director or anybody else.
They have recently come out saying that we should be taking these steps. They are recommending that we all take.
But
these
they haven't
steps.
mandated anything.
They've not mandated, but you will see, if you've seen in the news recently, many counties and municipalities are starting to enact mandatory masks out in public again. So
Right, but if it's, again,
At the local
consistency,
level.
if we're doing something different now, and we're throwing that all on the local folks like me, who don't have the medical expertise to make these decisions, I just think that's a little bit unfair for us to try to figure this stuff out. You'd also mentioned that, like Mr. First said, that mask wearing is only effective if people are wearing it properly, and assuming young children wear it properly the whole time is probably not really reality. Is that a concern? I mean, does it give you a false sense of safety if they're not wearing it right, or is it?
Again, keeping the mask on and proper is going to give the greatest chance of reducing the risk of transmission. And there is that sort of cumulative 15 minutes in that. So even if a child pulls his mask off for a few seconds or something, if it's on most of the time, that's going to be affording more protection than if they're
Just
not
like you
wearing
were
a mask.
saying earlier, if it's just a regular cloth mask, I mean, these aren't medical grade masks. They're not guaranteed to stop anything. I mean, I guess the virus particle is a whole lot smaller than the mask would be, the weaving in the mask, right? So.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I followed the question again.
Okay, again, when I read stuff, it says if you have an N95 mask, again, this is supposedly the one that has a filter that stops all these viruses. What we're asking our people to wear is just a cloth mask or a disposable mask. Is that going to be really that effective?
So the ABC collaborative findings looked at schools where children were simply wearing a cloth or disposable mask, not an N95.
And they found that it reduced spread.
Reduced the spread.
Okay, thank you. And then
And
you also
I'd
mentioned
like to add there, Mr. Walter, I wouldn't underestimate the ability of our young kids to wear masks properly. You know, I hope that most of you were able to go to Wolf Meadow and see that. Many of you just remarked on that. So I really wouldn't, I would not make that assumption. I know in my personal family, my young one has been wearing a mask brilliantly. So.
I go for my personal family too, and the same kids wore the same mask for 2 weeks straight before it was wandered. So you said multiple items that we have in addition to masks, and one of those was we're no longer doing the screenings. Should we still be doing the screenings as people come into the school building?
So the screenings were one of the things in your toolkit that I just gave you a hard copy of that were discontinued as a recommended strategy.
So they're not in there anymore?
Correct.
Okay. And then explain to me again why it makes sense for vaccinated people to wear masks if we're trying to encourage more people to get vaccinated, and they have to follow the same guidelines as everybody else. I mean, you want to encourage people to take it?
Because we are in a high transmission state, and vaccine does reduce the likelihood that you can be infectious. It does not completely eliminate it. And so by having even vaccinated people keep a mask on, we're reducing the likelihood, especially if they're immunocompromised, that they would be infected and or then transmit it to unvaccinated individuals.
Okay, I'm finishing up just one or two more. We've heard that children fare well when they actually have COVID as compared to adults. Is that still, the variant, does that change?
So children are less likely to get very severely ill or die from COVID infection. They are more likely to develop symptoms with the Delta variant than some of the other variants. I also did want to provide updated information from the CDC in their most recent guidance from July 9th, in which they are saying that even asymptomatic children or those who have only mild nonspecific symptoms now are found to have transmitted as just as much, are likely to transmit to others just as much as an adult. So, you know, previously, I forget who brought up that from some information from April from the CDC that it appeared that children who are asymptomatic don't transmit it. In fact, the more recent research is showing that they do, and about the same rate that adults do.
Has any children died from COVID in Cabarrus?
I'm sorry?
Have any children died in Cabarrus County from COVID?
In Cabarrus County, young children, no. One right around, yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay, and then the last question here had to do with mental health. Are we seeing any issues with kids wearing masks all the time? Is that having an effect on mental health?
I have not seen any specific information about that.
Okay, again, thanks for taking all my questions. Again, it's just trying to process it all.
Ms. Blackwell?
All right, thanks, Rob, for taking like literally every question. Appreciate that. All right, so some of the information, and I was the one who brought up the asymptomatic, the children, that was put out by the CDC in April. And as we can see, this is ever changing all the time, information. So one of the things that I did pull up today was that over 75% of the COVID-19 tests in North Carolina in recent weeks are being contributed to the Delta variant. However, only 10% of those test samples are actually making it and the DNA being tested of the Delta variant. So kind of to Rob's point, you know, it's a very small amount of these of these COVID tests that are actually being sent and being dissected for the DNA to find out if this was actually a Delta variant. Is that correct, that it's only about 10%?
I don't know the exact percentage. I will say it would also depend on the process that the state is using. If they are randomly selecting samples to send and do the testing on, then that would be a very accurate assessment of what the full percentage is for the state.
Okay. And so a couple of other questions. So with a vaccine, you are still able to contract COVID. You are actually also able to spread COVID. Is that right? If
you are at reduced risk of doing either. It is possible, and with the Delta variant, there have been these breakthrough cases, but the important point is you are much less likely to acquire severe illness and or be admitted to the hospital and die.
Okay.
So the vaccines are very effective at preventing more severe illness and death. They are also effective at reducing the likelihood that you become infected and transmit, but they are not foolproof.
Right. So this term that we use, and I hear it quite often, the fully vaccinated, is that misleading to folks when they say that they're fully vaccinated? Because in reality, are we really fully vaccinated?
So fully vaccinated really refers to Pfizer is 2 doses, Moderna is 2 doses. You're fully vaccinated once you have both doses plus the 14 days afterwards. But no vaccine, even pre-COVID vaccines or immunizations, are 100% foolproof.
Correct.
So fully vaccinated means that you have followed the regimen that is laid out for that particular vaccine.
So, question being, now we're seeing rises in numbers of RSV that we've had over the summer. Is it possible, again, not being an expert, just asking the question, that because viruses run a certain course and we are preventing the human body from being able to do what, in my opinion, God so beautifully created our bodies to do, which is to have an immune system and be able to fight these viruses off, are we then in turn creating RSV rises and other respiratory issues that we could potentially see in the future that will now become a superbug?
If I understand the question correctly, we actually saw a reduction in influenza last winter, likely due to the fact that we had less interaction and that. So taking the precautions for COVID will also help prevent some of the other illnesses.
The rise in RSV, though, is one particular that I'm concerned about, because we have seen a rise in RSV in hospitalizations as well.
I am not a pediatrician and I don't focus a whole lot on RSV, but RSV does tend to be cyclical and seasonal, and you do see spikes at certain times.
Is COVID a virus that we are ever truly going to be able to get rid of? Or is this going to be a continuous problem, just like every other virus that we have? The cold virus, the flu virus, the RSV. Is this something that is going to continue on as the years go on? And
it may well become a virus for which we need to get a vaccine every year, similar to the flu vaccine. But it's difficult to compare what's happening right now with COVID with some of the other illnesses. Flu, somewhere between 20 and 40,000 people die a year from flu. 615,000 people have died from COVID in just a little bit more than a year. Those are very difficult to compare. And we used to lose hundreds and thousands of people to some of the other illnesses that are now well controlled because of the vaccination policies, such as measles, mumps, rubella, those things.
Are there differences in the actual, so measles and mumps and those kinds of things, from my understanding, are a different type of virus that doesn't, like, they respond better to vaccination versus something like flu, which is, every year we have to change the flu vaccine because there's always a different strain. So flu's not really going to go away. It's just going to kind of morph and change into a different virus based on, what happens to be out that year. Measles and mumps don't really respond that same way, if I'm not mistaken. But there actually was an outbreak in mumps, if I'm not mistaken, several years ago as well.
Yes, often associated with low vaccination rates among certain populations who don't, for religious reasons, do not vaccinate. So you tend to see those outbreaks evolving when you start losing your herd immunity in certain groups. I also want to be really clear that there are both bacteria and viruses that we vaccinate against, and again, it all depends on the size of the virus. Some viruses are very, very small, less likely to mutate. Some are larger, much more likely to mutate. So you just can't compare virus to virus to virus. You have to really understand the biology of them and the various genetic aspects that determine which ones are more likely to mutate, like flu or COVID and that, and then those may require more frequent vaccines than things like, some of the other vaccines where we only have to get one or two or a few in a lifetime.
So do you, at this point, do you see this being something that masks are going to be a protocol that we continue to try, or that we continue to put into play? I guess my question is because we've never seen this push for masking before, even though we've seen a lot of other variants of viruses that have been out there. But we've never gone this route as far as masking and closing schools. So I guess my question is, why are we treating this in this way when we've had other viruses that have caused substantial damage to folks and their families, and sicknesses and hospitalizations? Why
Never
different with this one?
The volume, the large number of people exposed. It's an infectious virus. There have been epidemics of flu. There have been certain years that have caused, because of antigenic shifts, that have caused significantly larger numbers of people to get infected. But we're talking about, again, with an example like flu, 20 to 40,000 deaths a year versus 615,000. The volume is overwhelming. There are hospitals that are unable to care for everybody and making decisions that they know aren't always in the best strategy to use to try to keep people alive, because they don't have the staff and they don't have all the equipment to be able to take care of people.
And Ms. Blackwell, I've been at CHA a long time, 17 years. So when we talk about outbreaks in the schools, I've probably been a part of addressing them or brainstorming how to work with the schools to work through them. We have never had anything of this magnitude. So, if there are examples of things where you feel like we really want to compare X to Y, I would love to sit down and talk about, this is how this infectious disease, this communicable disease, is different. We have an amazing infectious disease doc on our board at Atrium Health. I'm sure that he would be happy to sit down and explain to us things that are well beyond at least my scope of knowledge. But we have not been through a pandemic, and so I don't know that it's appropriate to share any outbreaks that we have been through with Shigella or hepatitis A to what we're going through now.
So my final question is, with the information that we have and how this virus affects children or doesn't affect children, what the information that we have seen that has been put out there is that children handle this virus very well. They have very, very mild symptoms. If they're sent home for a few days and are quarantined, they do very well with this. It doesn't seem to be that the children are the ones that are spreading this virus, that are being hospitalized for this virus. But in my opinion, they seem to be the ones that are being the most penalized for this virus. And I think that's where my questions come from, as far as, are we really solving the problem of this virus by making the children be the ones who have to, wear masks all day at school? I don't know. These are questions that we don't all have the answers to, but these are the questions that I have, and this is a lot of the concern that I think a lot of parents have with this virus and some of the protocols that they're being asked to do for their children. So with that, I will move on to Ms. Sandage. I'm sorry.
Hey ladies, thank you for this presentation. I truly appreciate you taking time out of your day and then, having to answer all of these questions from us that could be a little heartburning. I can understand that, so thank you very much. I have been talking about the ABC Collaborative since December or January. Literally, I'm so glad that they put something out that gives us guidance and helps us understand what's happening right here in our state, because that's all we can go by right now. We have to go by what's happening right here and make decisions based off of that. So I do have a couple of questions, and it may cause you to have to borrow from different schools of thought. So if that's an uncomfortable place, just let me know that, okay? All right, so my first question is, when you hear someone say only 0.000000001 children have died from COVID, what's going through your mind?
What's going through my mind is it isn't just death we're worried about here, and there are, surviving COVID doesn't mean you are back to normal, and we are seeing, especially more recently, that children, while still very likely to be only mildly ill, they are having more severe illness, that we're seeing more kids getting admitted to the ICUs across the country and that. And so it's not just death we have to be concerned about. We have to be concerned about quality of life for those who recover.
Okay. And a lot of my questions come from, what we've been hearing, and I've really and truly tried to send a lot of things that I've been hearing to the doctors who have reached out to me and just try to clarify some things, but maybe I can ask you these same questions and see what your thoughts are. So when people say that masks are causing mental health disparities for our children, what are your thoughts there? What are your recommendations there? And what do you tell that person? Because I think that's a real, true issue that may be occurring for our kids. How do we mitigate those things if we truly have kids who have mental health challenges because of a mask? I said I was going to ask you to borrow from different schools of thought, so if you don't feel comfortable there, I understand.
Well, and I would want to reflect with those in the mental health field. I'm not a mental health clinician, so is this because they are choosing to wear a mask and they are being bullied and made fun of? Is it happening when the entire classroom or the entire school is masked? So I think that's a situation that, we would need to explore more and perhaps pull in our content area experts to understand just that.
I want to understand how you were talking about other strains. So when I look at measles, mumps, chicken pox, does that same course happen there? I guess I'm trying to understand how they differ and why this is so volatile compared to I hope I'm making sense here. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of the questions stem around, well, why are we doing this for this, but we didn't do that for that? For example, how did we get a vaccine so quick? And why are we supposed to trust that vaccine if it took years for us to get a vaccine for chicken pox or whatever? But do you understand my question? Okay.
So again, and I'm not a virologist or a scientist that studies these things, but from the conversations I've had with some state folks and from what I've been reading, again, the viruses can be very different from one another. And one of the really interesting things about the COVID virus is that it is, comparatively speaking, a larger size virus than some of the other viruses that exist. It contains more genetic material. And what a virus does, what it affects you, is it actually gets into your DNA and uses your genetic material to reproduce itself. So it kind of commandeers your body and to reproduce itself. COVID is particularly good at that because it's a larger virus and it has more genetic material. So it can get in, it can become infectious, and then it can reproduce. And because it has more genetic material, it can also increase the likelihood of a mutation that then gets it slightly changed to where it's got the competitive edge over you. So that's why we've seen quite a number of variants of COVID so far just in this first year and a half. Because it's a larger virus with more genetic material, it can mutate more easily than some of those other viruses that just aren't quite as large and developed.
And I'll add to that, if it's okay. If you or your family members or friends have not been lucky enough to work with our communicable disease department and contact tracing for all of the other communicable diseases, consider yourself lucky. But contact tracing and case investigation is not new for COVID. This is a body of work and a science that public health departments have been applying for decades. And so I would say that if someone's saying, why are we doing this now for this? Well, we also do these similar techniques with other diseases as well.
Gotcha. So when I think about different variants as a social worker, I'm not a doctor, I don't know all of those things. I'm like, in my mind, so what the variant is. I mean, you got COVID, and either one of those could potentially be deadly, potentially be spread to somebody else. So what does it matter? You know what I'm saying? I guess I'm asking, does it matter if we send this to this testing site to figure out if it's Delta, if it's Mama Joe Sanson, if it's, does it truly matter at the end of the day is what I want to understand.
I think that's why I was struggling with some of the questions earlier, because I wasn't sure where they were going, because the exact variant that someone has doesn't seem like it would be incredibly important. Other than that, again, what happens with variants is the variants that survive and then go on to dominate. I mean, last April, only 1% of the COVID sequencing, the COVID samples that were sequenced looked to be Delta. Now we're up to something like 70-80% of them across our country are the Delta variant. So what happens is as a virus mutates, it simply keeps creating the strain that takes over. The strain that wins is the one that can cause more harm. And so the way to get variants under control is to get so much herd immunity by vaccination, because vaccination seems to maintain immunity for longer periods of time even than a natural infection. Then that's how we'll get it to where the variants, that there's not enough susceptible hosts for the virus to grow in to then mutate into a variant that can become even more harmful.
But we are not going to respond differently based off of one variant or another.
Yeah.
Our course of action is the same. So no, it doesn't matter. And variants were probably around long before anyone knew the word Delta as it pertained to COVID-19.
I've got two more questions, and I'm sorry if this sounds crazy, but I truly, think that it's important for the public to know this. So, okay, so you, in some capacity, work for Atrium. Do I understand that correctly? No. Okay,
No.
so help me understand who you work for.
We work for the Cabarrus Health Alliance. It's
Okay.
the local health department, the public health authority for the county of Cabarrus.
Gotcha.
So we have some board, what I think you heard one of us say was that we have a board, and on that board we have two physicians who are associated with Atrium, but we are independent of Atrium. We are just the local health department.
So I guess what I'm trying to get to is, do you receive any incentives to tell us, I'm sorry, I apologize. Do you receive incentives to come here and suggest that we require universal masking? I'm
No,
sorry.
We're not
I'm sorry.
getting paid anything to tell anyone anything. We are just simply here to share with you what the best evidence is telling us as of today.
Okay.
I'm gaining nothing, Aaron's gaining nothing.
Thank you. I'm sorry I had to answer
Yeah,
that question.
universal masking is gonna hopefully allow our teachers, our staff here to work less. In terms of contact tracing, not requiring masking will be the opposite, but there's no incentive.
I've probably spoken to about 10 doctors in the last couple weeks, and none of them told me that masks were going to be more damaging to our children wearing them than not wearing them. Have you heard or can you reference anything that suggests otherwise, that masks are harming our children or will harm our children if they wear them in our school buildings?
No, and I think that question was asked previously, and I am aware of no research that shows harm from wearing masks, especially that children would be more harmed.
Last question. Where do you get your information from? Like if there's a collective amount of sources that you get your information from. So for example, I'll hear, well, I'm scared of taking the vaccine and that's why I don't want to get vaccinated. Where can you suggest that person goes? And I'm saying this because we don't trust the CDC, we don't trust NIH, we don't trust the American Peds, we don't trust all of these entities that is putting out that information. So do you have any additional sources that may be helpful, that maybe could be trusted by other individuals or individuals who are not trusting of the ones I just named? I'm sorry.
So we get most of our information from the CDC or looking at the evidence-based studies that have been done. But I think your question is really important because I really encourage everyone to seek information that is evidence-based, that there is research that has been done and good research that looks at this. Now, one of the problems is we're only 18 months into this pandemic, so sometimes we don't have a lot of studies to look at, but we make the best recommendations on the studies that have been done. But so use solid research-based organizations. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the Center for Disease Control is using evidence-based research when they're giving their reports. I caution anyone from looking at unsubstantiated things that are on Facebook and that or other social media outlets because it's unclear, where that information might be coming from.
Thank you, ladies, for giving us a concrete suggestion for how we should open our school buildings this coming school year. I appreciate that.
Ms. Berry, would you like to make a comment or have a question?
Yes, thank you. I don't have any questions for you, but I'd like to start by thanking you for joining us today and for your guidance on school reentry and safety protocols. We value your expertise and the sacrifice that you've made for our community over the course of this pandemic, truly. With almost 2,000 teachers and 4,000 staff total in our district, it's safe to say that there are educators who personally fall on different sides of the issues surrounding COVID-19 reentry protocols. And I want them all to know that I see them and I hear them and I am proud to represent them as their liaison to the school board. If I know one thing for certain, it is that the fantastic teachers of Cabarrus County will show up for kids and do their best no matter what, because that's what teachers do, especially here. Ultimately, though, it is my hope that decisions are made that will set the stage for a safe and sustainable in-person working and learning environment this year. I appreciate the insight that we received tonight from Mr. Schultz and the Cabarrus Health Alliance. And it seems that objectively and logistically speaking, considering the quarantine procedures outlined in the toolkit and your presentation, that the most effective and safest way to keep students in schools is by following your recommendation tonight. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, and I just actually have one last comment. Since I know when I couldn't remember the month, that's why I was trying to kind of figure out when you were here last. We had talked about, and I think this is actually your third time, so we had talked about when this initiated a couple years ago. We feel like it has been forever. So we had talked about, you know, that if there were additional resources that would be needed to help with the nurses or contact tracing in the school system, or, you know, that there would be, you know, availability there from the Health Alliance. Where are y'all at on that? And, you know, I know that we've received additional funds this year from different levels to assist with COVID. Have you had that availability?
Yeah, we just received funds recently to add additional help at specifically with schools for contact tracing and that, and we continue to have funds that are coming down from the state and federal government that we can allocate more individuals depending on what, you know, the next few months.
So what will that look like? So schools just getting ready to start. So only one nurse is really now, you know, started opening up with Wolf Meadow, and she made it very clear, you know, what her day looked like, and it's intense. So you know, and of course now she was saying she was able to pull from some of the other nurses that schools haven't opened yet, and that was a big benefit for her. But so what's that going to look like to get additional sources out to those teachers?
Sure.
I mean, the nurses.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, and that's a great reminder. We're extremely lucky in Cabarrus County to have a school nurse in every single school. We do not share nurses with multiple sites, and that is truly a blessing. Let me take the opportunity to share with you, Tagny Diaz and Jordan Karras are both here, both instrumental school liaisons with our team, nights, weekends, 24/7 on call. And so we've done a couple of things. So we will be actually onboarding. We already have onboarded additional case investigators specifically for schools. We've got more in the works and positions posted. So really what we've told our school nurses is, as you are getting into the routine of the 2021-22 school year and their administrators, you have to communicate to us what you need. And so we certainly do have those resources and want to be flexible. It's one of the also benefits of our governance structure, to be flexible to the needs of what they need. And so whether that be positions, whether that be additional hours, those sorts of things, whether that be masks.
So you need to hear from us, is what I hear you say. Okay, that is great. I know that will be good news for them, and that may be something that you want to address at some point in time. I just know that I said teachers, but actually it does impact the teachers, because they're having to take on more immediate nursing roles if the nurse is doing a lot of COVID contact tracing or what all that looks like during their daytime. So thank you. That was a great update. Is there anything else or anything else? I'm sure that you have nothing left to say to us tonight.
I can't think of anything.
Okay. Thank you for being with us. We're glad that you were here with us in February. It sounds like every 6 months looks really good for us to get an update, and we appreciate it. And with that, at this point in time, I'm going to move to 8.03 for board members, but I don't think there's any committee reports that really have to be read tonight unless somebody has something that is important, or we can move to September. Is that all good? What about board attorney? All good there? Okay. So will you key up? Oh, absolutely, Ms. Carpenter, you can. This is the time.
Okay, I just have two quick things. I know we're wanting to get to these other things, but there was just two quick things I wanted to remind people of. First of all, we are having a county fair this year. It will be September the 10th through the 18th, but the one thing I wanted to remind people of, children can enter any kind of things, or people can enter events or items, and if you are wanting to enter something into the fair, you do have to fill out a form, and it does have to be turned in to the fair office by August the 25th by noon, and you can go on to the website to get the catalog, and that is Cabarrus County Fair, and that's all together, .com. Again, CabarrusCountyFair.com. And again, hopefully we'll see you at the fair and you'll be entering items. The other thing, very quickly, I wanted to go over is another event that is coming to our county. and this is a very important item. As many of you know, WSOC Channel 9 School Tool Project is underway this month, and this benefits the students and the staff of Cabarrus County Schools and Kannapolis City Schools. The Concord Afton Sunset Rotary Club is the nonprofit sponsor for the 4th year. I'm happy to say that I have assisted with 9 school tools drive each of the 4 years. Over the first 3 years, over 80,000 supply items have been delivered to the schools. We're hoping to add another 30,000 supplies this year. There are collection barrels or boxes at area locations, including all 3 RB locations in Cabarrus County, Ashley Home Stores, Afton Village Business, including the West Cabarrus Grimsley's Jewelers, Chum's Buddies, and the Wine Room, 2 local breweries, Cabarrus Brewery and 26 Acres, Staples at Carolina Mall, local churches, St. James Catholic and First Presbyterian, Bright Inspiration Dentistry, Team Honeycutt / Allen Tate Realtors, and Sun Martial Arts. Only one drive and drop-up collection will be held this year. This is on Saturday, August the 14th. Again, remember, Saturday, August the 14th in Afton Village on Village Drive near the gazebo. This will be from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Buy a few items and drop by to give your donations to one of the Rotarians. Again, thank you, and remember the school tool drive. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. And with that, before we get started, we have 39 speakers tonight, and this is going to take us a little while to travel through that. And of course, we want to hear from everyone. But the board is going to take a minute just to have a quick recess. And with that, we just say give us just a few minutes, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Okay, we are back in session for our Monday, August the 9th, 2021 business meeting. And I'm going to read the guest speaker process, and this takes as long sometimes as the length of the speakers list. So just bear with me. In accordance with Board Policy 2310, a part of each business meeting will be set aside for citizens to address the board through public comment. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes to present comments. Sign-up will be available 30 minutes before the meeting begins. Speakers must sign up with the board clerk no later than the normal start time of the regularly scheduled monthly business meeting. Speakers may sign up with the board clerk via email at boardclerk@cabarrus.k12.nc.us or by completing a contact information card. Speakers must include their name, group name if applicable, address, and a phone number, and list the general education-related topic of their presentation for the board minutes. During the public comment period, the board chair will recognize speakers in the order in which they sign in. Substitute speakers will not be permitted, and speakers may not donate any portion of their time to another speaker. If a speaker is unable to present all of his or her information within the specified time limit, the speaker may provide the board with the additional information in written form. If an unusually large number of people request to speak, a majority of the board may decide to reduce the time for each individual or to require the designation of a spokesperson for each group of persons supporting or opposing the same positions. At any time, the board may establish additional procedures to ensure that public comment sessions proceed in an efficient and orderly manner. Board members will not respond to individuals who address the board except to request clarification of points made by the presenter. Except in cases of emergency, information received during presentations will not be acted upon at the time it is received. It will take unanimous vote of the board members present to take action on a presentation considered to be of an unusual or emergency nature at the time it is presented. Disruptions by any person or persons of a public meeting will be subject to action in accordance with General Statute 143-318-17. So with that being said, I want to make sure that we're all real clear that we need to be completely respectful of all the speakers and that there's to be no noise in the audience. It is extremely disruptive and it's really hard for us to hear up here. So I would just ask that you be respectful and allow speakers to speak without any type of feedback. And that includes our board members as well, and I appreciate that. So with that, we will begin with our speaker number 1, who is Jason Hunt. Yes.
There might be, we've called some speakers, there's not been recorded, and they may be in the room.
Okay.
So if we could just, as we go, ask if they're here in presence, if they're not answering their phone outside.
Okay, we can do that, absolutely. You must be Mr. Hunt, and if you will just state your address, and your topic is parent choice and board member accountability.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let me start by thanking the board members that voted for parent choice. This should be a reminder to all elected members of government and citizens of our community that only parents can decide what is best for their own children. With that being said, we must not revert back to failed policies and mandates due to cases that may arise when the school year begins. We have seen counties reverse their decisions, and it will in fact be the children who suffer by these decisions. We must not be robots to the Cabarrus Health Alliance data take what they say at face value. When you truly dive into their data, it's misleading and drives fear to people that do not conduct their own research. During this very presentation, they presented numbers that grew from last year to this year, but they have no way of determining what those cases are. Are they COVID-19, are they the variant, or are they RSV, which was brought up earlier? They also touched on masks, saying that any mask will work, when in fact the CDC has stated that unless it's an N95 mask, they do not prevent the virus from being spread. If this is the group of individuals that we're putting our faith in as a county, I'm less confident tonight than I was when I got here earlier. According to the CDC, it is estimated that 58,000 children are hospitalized each year due to RSV, a respiratory virus easily spread amongst children. To date, only 3,353 children 17 years and younger have been hospitalized due to COVID-19. To those board members and parents that say it's not even about my child dying of COVID, I don't want them to catch COVID, we have to be real. You can't prevent this virus from being spread. You can take every measure possible and you're still going to catch it. COVID is not going anywhere. It's a societal virus that will continue to mutate and make its way through our communities. As with all viruses, immunity is built as viruses are spread, making the virus less contagious and dangerous to the population over time. Our bodies are designed to fight viruses, especially children. Masking, quarantines, seclusion only contribute to the longevity of the virus. Those with underlying health conditions such as autoimmune and respiratory issues should not have more rights than those with underlying conditions such as mental health and academic struggle. No one child is more important than another. Everyone should, however, take the measures that they best see fit for their individual needs and not expect others to change in accordance to their situation. Finally, there should be a zero tolerance for families who send their children to school with any symptoms of illness. We know that those parents exist, and they are the true threat to the health of our school community. There should be way more emphasis placed on combating the issue rather than muzzling the faces of our innocent developing children just in case they are a carrier. This applies to students, administrators, teachers, and elected officials. Ms. Sandage, on the night of the mask choice vote, you showed up stating you wore a mask because you felt under the weather. So you decided to show up and risk spreading something to your colleagues as well as people in the audience simply to push a narrative. And that cannot be accepted by anyone.
Thank you. Speaker number 2 is Jessica Kowski. Are you present in the room? John, will someone be going to ask? Okay.
I know they've left a few messages for her, and I've not seen her in here.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move to speaker number 3, and if she shows, we'll just take her as she comes in. Evelyn Green.
Jessica Kowski's not here. Evelyn Green's not here.
Okay, let's have Miss Green. Miss Evelyn Green. And I know you want to talk to us about masks, and your mic is keyed up. If you'll just leave it red, there you go. And you can begin anytime.
I am Evelyn Green. I am 8 years old. I am going to 3rd grade at Irvin Elementary. When I grow up, I want to be a baby doctor. I think that people should have the choice to wear a mask in school or not wear a mask in school. I am in the Spanish program. I do a full day every other day of Spanish. Learning and hearing is hard through a mask. I sit in the very back and my teacher is in the very front. And I can't hear her through the mask. It's even harder in Spanish because I can't understand some words. I can't hear the different Spanish sounds. I can't see how she moves her mouth, so I don't know all the new sounds. Sometimes we have to pull our masks down so the teacher can hear us. Masks make me feel tired when we wear them in PE. It's sweaty and I get out of breath. In class, it's hard to breathe because masks are tight. I want to see my friends and teachers' faces. Please let us have the choice to wear a mask or not. Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight. Speaker number 4 is Kizzy Mumford. Are you present, Ms. Mumford? So, policy and public participation.
Yes. Good evening, Chairman of the Board and board members. I'd like to first thank Mr. Schultz for your time serving students here at CCS. We know that service in any public office is difficult in and of itself. There are always high emotions when people have their own opinions and value systems. Then you add in a social lockdown where teachers are scrambling to adjust their teaching styles and parents are scrambling to adjust their work schedules to accommodate the kids now schooling at home. The past 18 months have been transition after transition. So thank you, Mr. Schultz, and thank you for our CCS school board members for making hard decisions even when emotions ran high. I stand before you today with unalienable rights. Rights granted to me by my maker and not by any government or any civil office. We citizens have rights outside of school board policy, and we Cabarrus County citizens have elected you to speak on our behalf for voting for policy changes that we support. We as community members have the freedoms to email you personally our opinions, to ask for face-to-face meetings in your offices, and to show up at board meetings to speak to you collectively. You have the civil duty to vote on our behalf, as we have elected you to be our voice. You are not elected to flip-flop on the whim of what you want. You are not elected to give a minority a voice over the masses. I have heard some of you state that you get emails from all sides of the political spectrum, which I believe is true. But looking at the audience of the past school board meetings, I doubt that those emails come solely from Cabarrus County residents. In the 3 months I have been attending school board meetings, look who is showing up and speaking to you. We aren't Mecklenburg parents that don't have anything else to do. We are Cabarrus County parents that take off work, find babysitters, and understand the value in standing before you as your constituents and sharing our values so that you know the voice that we want you to vote with. We are community members that know our inalienable rights and will fight for our constitutional freedoms through voicing our concerns. I love your policy revision for public participation in board meetings that you are actually voting on tonight. If that verbiage was able to be applied to this meeting, everyone would see representation from SCC constituents versus the representation from outside of our district. You knew you could not make everyone happy when you entered into the political sphere of civil service. You knew you were elected by your community to serve as representatives of your public. Your voting populace overwhelmingly told you that critical race theory does not belong in CCS, and you listened. Your community fought for parental rights around mask mandates, and you voted to be our voice. And yet these last few weeks, we have seen board members virtue signaling race tensions, ignoring board policy, and putting out press releases. Some of you come outside and talk to us before board member meetings. Thank you. Some of you answer our emails. Thank you. Some of you fight for our rights and our freedoms as parents and community members. Thank you. Some of you don't block us on Facebook when we ask you hard questions. Some of you don't flip-flop on tough issues, even when a good story in the news would bring you more personal attention. We know our rights, and we will fight for our freedoms. Ask your constituents what we want. Answer the questions in our emails. Listen to the speeches of those who show up at the board meetings and are actually from Cabarrus County, because you are supposed to represent us, and we are telling you what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bastley, Jessica Kowski, will she be?
I have not seen her. I have not seen her.
Jessica's not here.
Okay, I'm going to mark her off. And Ashley Shop. Good evening.
Good evening.
And you will be speaking on the resolution to ensure dignity and non-discrimination in schools.
Yes, ma'am.
And you may begin.
I want to talk to you today about what it means to be a teacher. Like far too many professions, people are quick to say, "We love and value our teachers," without backing up those words with adequate financial compensation, or even taking the time to truly understand what the day-to-day job of teaching entails. Teaching is a demanding job that requires creativity, empathy, and an ability to think on one's feet. When you get that question from a student that in a million years you never could have anticipated when creating your lesson plans. No one becomes a teacher because of a wish to indoctrinate. There are far easier and better paid positions if that is one's goal. Teachers do not want to tell students what to think. We want to teach them how to critically think themselves, to provide them with the skills and knowledge to encounter the world as empowered citizens who can evaluate and respond to the difficult questions life poses. I ask you as a school board today to stop focusing on resolutions that assume the worst of our teachers, that waste resources on micromanaging their lessons, that attempt to instill a sense of fear which muzzles educators and prevents them from speaking truthfully in the classroom. Finally, I want to address the teachers that are listening at home. There are people in this community that see you, that know the hard work you do, and we support you. You are not alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kelly Becker. Good evening. And you will be speaking about masks, and you can begin now.
Okay. So last year, I heard you say over and over again, let's get our kids back in school. I don't care what we do, let's get them back in school. So we did that, right? We did that with masks, we did that with social distancing. We got our kids in school. You guys did that. So this year, you've decided right now that masks are optional. They're not required. So I want you to pause and think. If we start school and masks aren't required, are we going to stick with that goal of keeping our kids in school? Are we going to disrupt their schedule, pulling them out for quarantine? For how many days? How many times? How is that going to affect our staff when they quarantine? How is it going to affect our kids? If our biggest goal is getting our kids in school, masks right now are the best option. Kids under 12 can't get vaccinated, so we go back to mask and social distancing, having that space. You know, Mr. Schultz showed those guidelines where you can have either 9 kids sent home or you can have 3 kids sent home. Quarantine is a very real thing that is possible, and it's going to happen. So we have to look at the number of kids that it impacts. So locally, Union County Academy Charter had greater than 150 students quarantined in their first week of school. If masks were required, it would have been 15 students. So 150 kids were sent home when it could have been 15. Mooresville Graded School District, in their first 4 days of school, they had 80 students that had to be quarantined. If masks had been worn universally, it would have been less than 10 kids. We talked about Wolf Meadows schools tonight. So in the first week, there were 43 students quarantined, and I believe it was said that if masks would have been worn, it would have been 2 students. So the amount of kids we are sending home, we are taking out of face-to-face school, is significantly more when we don't require masks. And this isn't just local either. In Anderson County, Indiana, greater than 100 kids in the first 4 days of school had to quarantine. In Marion County, Arkansas, 730 students and 10 staff members had to be quarantined after 1 week of school. So when you make the decision about masks, I want you to think about, what is your goal here? Do you want to keep kids in school? Because if you do, we know what works. We did it last year. We have current guidelines, current recommendations, and they require quarantine significantly more for significantly more kids when masks are not worn. So with that, I ask you to require masks so that way we can keep our kids in school.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jessica Carey. Jessica Carey, and you'll be speaking about curriculum and curriculum reviews, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and have you got the mic there in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, and if you'll just key
It's
it
got
up.
a red light on it.
That's perfect.
Okay.
You may get started.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Carey. I'm a parent of a rising 8th grader at Harris Road Middle School, and I wanted to speak to you this evening regarding the curriculum review process. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for listening to the parents who've been concerned about the push to indoctrinate our children and for making changes to the school policies to ensure that all will be treated fairly. We truly appreciate you hearing our voices and responding with a strong stance. Unfortunately, we've seen irrefutable proof that there are still some educators in our own district who have pledged to teach our children this controversial material no matter what the board decides. For this reason, we as parents plan to exercise our rights to perform regular and very thorough curriculum reviews. Upon inspecting the curriculum review policies under Policy Code 3210, Parental Inspection and Objection to Instructional Materials, it is stated that parents have a federal right to inspect all instructional materials. However, when this has been requested in the recent past, the terms of this inspection were left to the administrators of each school. This has resulted in parents being given time to come in to look at the materials that will be used, but being expressly told that they were not allowed to take any pictures of the materials or to take any notes to use for later evaluation of sources or to reference those in the case of needing to file a complaint. I just want to make one thing clear. There should be absolutely nothing secretive about what is being taught to our children. It should be completely 100% transparent. I understand the need to keep things such as tests under wraps to avoid cheating, but to not let a parent take notes on what is included in their child's curriculum so that they can inspect it more closely and research the sources that are being used, or to not let them write down the name of the books that will be read in the classroom so that we could have time to read through the books ourselves, or to check out the author, is just plain wrong. There's not a single justifiable reason for denying parents this right, or for attempting to hide things or prevent parents from looking further into them. For these reasons, I would ask that the board make an amendment to Board Policy Code 3210 to allow parents the rights to take notes and/or photos of the planned curriculum. This needs to be universal across our entire district. Leaving the terms of these inspections up to the respective school principals and administrators makes this an unequal, unfair process and will only cause more suspicion as to what is being taught to our children and cause more bureaucracy from complaints that will be filed by parents who are feeling kept out of the loop of their child's education. I would ask that you please work to make this process as transparent as possible and to take the opportunity to insert bias into this process out of the hands of the separate school administrations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Melissa Lynn Hunt. Ms. Hunt is with us. And you will be speaking on COVID-19 protocols in school.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may get started.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. Headlines come and go, but what always will remain is that we have a population in our community that goes beyond the headlines, that goes beyond the CDC and beyond the Health Alliance to do the research and is not distracted by a devil who aims to divide. And I am part of that population. First, I would like to thank you for explaining in detail the toolkit. It surely helped us completely understand the quarantine policies, and quite frankly, it took away all of the fear I had about my student missing some school if they had to go in quarantine, and I'm grateful that they will have the opportunity for asynchronous learning as well. We're told our kids have to wear masks until they're vaccinated, but now the CDC just admitted that those who have been vaccinated still get infected, have the same amount of virus, and they are likely to transmit the virus just as easily. But the biggest takeaway from this news is not just that we should stop treating the vaccinated and unvaccinated differently, is that we can finally admit that the virus isn't going away. Amish Adalja, an infectious disease expert and scholar at Johns Hopkins, stated, "And to what end are we wearing masks for? COVID is not a disease that can be eradicated or limited, and we will always have cases. The goal was to make it a manageable respiratory illness. Additionally, there is no longer any question that the risk to children from COVID-19 is significantly lower than the flu or now the widely circulating RSV. At this incredibly low level of risk, there is simply no reason to continue mandating masks, particularly when none of these measures are implemented for other more serious diseases." Which brings me to, if I had more than 3 minutes, we would most definitely go into a conversation about the Pop-Tarts our county serves as an option for school breakfast. One of the unhealthiest food items among many that when consumed over time contribute to underlying conditions such as heart disease, obesity, and the compromising of immune systems. But yet you place this in front of our children and you give them the choice. They get to choose how they care for their health along with us as parents. A quote from Ms. Sandage reads, "I love and will continue to fight for a better Cabarrus for all of our sit-ins." Ms. Sandage, this statement is fundamentally flawed and a lie when in fact your all only represents those who want masks. When you strip away a parent's right to govern over their children, then you do not care about all. All you care about is what you believe is most important. You completely neglect the population of students who cannot handle being masked emotionally and physically, the freedom they deserve to learn without distraction and anxiety. I work with those students for a living. I also have one of those students as a child. Is my child's mental, physical, and academic health less important than a child with an autoimmune condition? You've missed the mark on the mental health piece here. You cannot say you wish to do the important work of providing health and safety for all children when you neglect those who are experiencing the academic decline and the psychosocial effects. My bold stance for choice is a bold stance for the rights of every parent in this county.
Thank you. Next speaker is Elizabeth Rory, and Ms. Rory will have 5 minutes. She's representing the group Moms for Liberty, Cabarrus County, and she's the chapter chair. She will be addressing mask and CRT and components of CRT in the school curriculum.
Is it okay if one of our wonderful Cabarrus County students gets to hold a poster board for me?
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely.
She's not going to speak, but I'll speak.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I just met her in the parking lot, and she's wonderful, and she wanted to
yeah, that's fine. That's
be
fine.
part of this. This is what we're
Absolutely.
teaching them, right?
You may get started.
Okay. So good evening, and thank you for your time tonight. I'm Elizabeth Rory, and I have 2 children in the Cabarrus County Schools, and I live in Concord, NC. First, I want to take a moment and thank Mr. Furr last week for standing up for the schools, and he was wrongly accused by Fox 46 and by WBTV with headlines that stated Cabarrus County School Board member blames rise in COVID cases on illegal aliens during discussion on masks. And WBTV said Cabarrus County Board of Education member blames rise in COVID cases on illegal aliens. This was absolutely false. Everybody that was sitting in the room knew exactly what he was saying. And what he exactly said was, quote, I am not trying to make this political, but until this government keeps illegal aliens by the thousands coming across the border without masks, with COVID, putting on them on buses, sending them all over the United States, we're just beating our heads against the wall. Because these numbers are going to continue to rise, and we're going to be having this same discussion day after day, week after week, unquote. We all were aware of what he was saying that night. We were aware that he was talking about the hypocrisy of the government, saying that there's rules for some, but there's not rules for the others. We need the same rules, or at least the option to have rules as we see governance, as we see fit. This is America. So we wanted to say thank you to Mr. Furr, and that we appreciate you listening, and we publicly wanted to make this clear. So July 21st, I started a Moms for Liberty chapter here in Cabarrus County. Since then, in 2.5 weeks, I've been overwhelmed with how many people have wanted to join. We're all close up to 200 people, and they're coming in by droves, actually. It's been very exciting to start this because what it is a nonpartisan group, but it's basically helping parents to work with school boards members and make sure that they understand what is going on in their schools. So, we're talking about the education of our children here, and this is the most important thing that we can give to our children is the education. So this is what we are going to focus on, and you'll get to know me, and I'll get to know you, and I'll have other members that will get to know you as well. So we want to work with you, and we look forward to it. One of the concerns, of course, that we've been talking about all night is the mask. So I'll do this. I don't want to wear her arms out. The other day I was thinking, okay, mask. And I went on to cdc.gov to say, okay, what is the rule then? What is the best thing for mask? And masks were how to select a mask. It had everything down for us, okay? It had how to select, how to make sure that you have a nose wire. It said, make sure you completely cover your mouth and nose. So all day, these children are dealing with this. And so we need to know, is this our building block of mask? Is it even working? Is it even like, we're hanging the kids to wear a mask so much that we need to be proper too and giving that a thought too. So we said don't choose masks that are vinyl, don't choose masks that have vents. So anybody who is going around with a little vent, they think they're protected. Well, CDC says they're not. And then also N95. It says no N95. So if you have an N95, they're saying no, that doesn't work either. I mean, it got really specific. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I want you to show you the validity of masks. And then also talked about how to clean them. And all our kids, like they said, by Friday, they're filthy, right? So what are we really doing other than just making them wear a cloth on their face if we're not even having clean masks? And it gets interesting too, because even with wearing a mask, it was talking about wash your hands or sanitize your hands before you put on a mask. I don't know anybody that does that. And also it says do not touch the mask when you're wearing it. I touch my face all the time. I think it's just a human nature thing. And I even met a man outside before he said, well, educate me. And we talked, and he was wearing a mask, and it was a very good conversation because we talked about all these things. And he said, I don't comply. So, and I know children have a hard time at school too. So it's really, we can't hold them responsible unless we can come up with a serious way to make it 100%. So, again, I don't want to take away anybody else's rights, but I do want to say it should be optional. We shouldn't have anybody's rights taken away. And last thing I want to say is that even Dr. Mandy Cohen, she said about the younger children, she said they're less likely to get it, and that if they get it, their symptoms are less than an adult's. And then last 2 weeks ago when I was watching Governor Cooper in his address, and she said, and I quote, she said, schools are a place of low transmission. So we're really being negative to our children by doing this. So thank you for your time, and we appreciate it.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker is Wendy McConnell. Is Wendy in the room? Ms. McConnell is going to be speaking on the resolution to ensure dignity and non-discrimination in schools, and you may begin now.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Schultz. Your resolution to ensure dignity masquerades as non-discriminatory and is disguised as though it is to protect all of our students. Point 6 of the resolution contains language that alludes to the impossible task of teachers ensuring the comfort of our children. As a body that is truly concerned about the comfort of our students, I expect you to be purposefully working to understand the root of how students of color and their families experience disparate achievement outcomes, lack of job opportunities, segregated neighborhoods, lack of infrastructure in their communities, inadequate housing and food insecurity, less health care, higher rates of morbidity, lack of sense of security that their families won't be ripped apart. Their contributions and narratives as a sidebar in school lessons, yet race as a topic is just avoided. All of which impact achievement and education. How did we get here? The answer is in uncomfortable lessons that we all must grapple with in order to find any attempt at unity. I imagine a high school civics class where they explore and analyze the results of this resolution to really see who it is designed to protect. Doesn't our county already have a non-discrimination policy? This comes down to number 6, which is designed to give some folks on this board license to go after our teachers who dare mention race in their lessons. With this resolution, the board has proclaimed open season, sending a warning to our teachers: do not analyze race. It was just 3 years ago teachers had to band together to advocate for better pay and benefits, and subsequently have endured an entire 18 months of upheaval from COVID and are under immense pressure of shifting circumstances while worried about the health and well-being of our children and themselves. And now you unleash this absurd resolution on the teachers' backs to mostly protect white parents' feelings when race happens to come up in their lessons. We must deal with the past so we can understand today. Rescind this resolution, remove it from the policy committee, and get it out of our school handbooks. Instead, give our teachers the resources they need to do a great job of teaching the truth. Stand by our teachers, lift them up, and trust our students to grow and learn. Black and Indigenous leaders have told us what we need for racial unification. James Baldwin sums it up best when he wrote, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced." Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sabrina Berry. Ms. Berry will be speaking on removing academic requirements, mask, request for Tim Furr's resignation for the discriminatory comments made on 8/2. And you may begin.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I stand here on behalf of our students, educators, and community. As you are aware, CMS has paused the GPA requirements for extracurricular activities, stating that the pandemic had a big effect on the students' learning. Brian has stated that during the pandemic, virtual learning was challenging for so many of our students and made it tough for them to be academically successful. Therefore, I ask that the board consider being fair to our struggling students and consider pausing the GPA requirements. The board has a responsibility to put policies in place that would ensure students' academic success, to provide safe learning environment with safety preventions in place, free from bias and discriminatory behavior. Brian has stated that there are a few schools that cannot be socially distanced. Public safety should be #1 priority. Mask up, Cabarrus. Listen to your educators. Madam Chair, Ms. Sandish asked last week that a motion be read back. I respectfully ask that that motion be read back tonight if available. Mr. Furr, we all make mistakes and sometimes we say things that could be misunderstood. Words do matter. Whether your comments were political or personal, they hurt so many families of Cabarrus County. I respectfully ask that you apologize to those families and move from this place and focus on the safety of our educators and students. Thank you. May God bless you all.
Thank you for being here tonight. Our next speaker is Joanna Loftus. Ms. Loftus will be speaking on to ask the board to change their mask mandate and require masks from a parent of 3 students. You may begin.
Okay, great. So good evening. I have come to you before to discuss how proud I am to be a parent in Cabarrus County and the great things I saw last year with teachers. Today I'm concerned, and I'm really here because my 14-year-old asked me to come and talk. She encouraged me to speak up about the need for requiring masks. When I asked her why, her biggest concern was the mental health in teens and children. It was nothing to do with mental health from wearing a mask. It was mental health due to isolation, from being quarantined, from being home, and from not having easy access to support with their teachers because they were not face-to-face. There were several times my kids had to quarantine last year, and the good thing last year was they had online instruction, whereas this year, that though they may have some type of instruction, it's not going to be the same as it will if they are face-to-face. If wearing a mask helps them stay in school, I just please beg of you to reconsider the mandate for wearing masks. I have 7th graders, and I asked them if they had a concern. Their concern was they're afraid they're going to get bullied for wearing a mask. They're afraid they're going to get bullied for wearing a mask from kids who aren't wearing masks. They said that kids will have the option to wear a mask. So in middle school, their thinking is they're going to go in the door and take the mask off even if parents want them to wear it. As teachers, they're not going to know who wants to wear a mask and who's not, and asking them to even try to know, okay, your parents want you and you not to, is just way too much to ask teachers to keep up with. So their concern was, if I wear a mask because I want to, or because my dad has diabetes and I want to keep him safe, I don't want kids picking on me. Middle school's hard enough as it is. That broke my heart. So if wearing a mask helps keep my kids in school, helps decrease the days that they might be quarantined, it's just a mask. I just ask you to please reconsider.
Thank you. Next speaker is, and you're going to have to bear with me, Garonda Kennedy. Feel free to correct me on that. And you will be speaking on teacher vacancies, employment, procedure and policy, recruitment and selection of personnel, and commitment for diversity.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair and other board members, my name is Garonda Kennedy, a former educator of Cabarrus County Schools. I worked here as a lateral entry exceptional children's teacher for behavior-focused students. I had 6 successful years decreasing the behaviors of students and increasing in their academic performance. In my tenure, I have never received a below standard teacher evaluation while teaching in Cabarrus County. My last year in this position, I was nominated by my colleagues as Teacher of the Year to represent our Brown McAllister Elementary School. The next year, I transitioned into a resource teacher split position between 2 schools. Within a couple of months, my work environment became hostile, and I was asked to do things that regular education teachers were not asked to do, while maintaining my EC paperwork and instructing my students. After advocating for myself with a rebuttal, bringing this to the attention of the superintendent, also getting NCAE involved with no resolution. I ultimately resigned due to the mental stress. The following year, I got a position in Kannapolis City School as an EC teacher. I was offered that position, but then was told that I could not be hired due to the recommendation from Cabarrus County Schools. This leads me to where I am today. Cabarrus County Schools have been in dire need for educators for years. I have had an application at AppleTrack since 2019 with only one interview. I have a clear license to teach exceptional children's K through 12 with no criminal background. And teaching experience. I am here to bring to the board attention the bullying with the Cabarrus County school system and the bystanders that allow this to take place with nothing being done. I have interviewed for 3 positions, a teacher assistant along with 2 teacher positions since June, and was offered 2 of those positions. I contacted everyone that was involved and let them know of my decision. The next day, I was called by the principal of the accepted position and told that he was told by Human Resources that I could not be hired, that he had to select another candidate. Up to this day, I have not gotten an answer from Human Resources as to why I am not hireable. And I would like to know from whom Human Resources this remark was made. After my investigation and trying to find answers, it has been brought to my attention that this is and still is an ongoing pattern for African American professionals who live in Cabarrus County, who have students and kids that has to be educated in Cabarrus County schools.
Ms. Kennedy, I'm going to have to call time on your discussion, but tell me, what year did you resign?
I resigned in 2013.
Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. If I would, could I wrap up with this?
Just a couple.
Okay. According to Board Policy 7710, it states that the board is committed to diversity throughout the programs and practices. It states that it further requirement, the recruitment, and it should be designed to encourage a diverse pool of qualified applicants and not deny them with the validation. Along with Policy Code 7100, determinative factors are written and all are completed. It then states that all selected applicants must be recommended by the superintendent and the board, and all of aware of teacher staff and shortage that is visible throughout the education system. Yet Cabarrus County is turning away respectful, educated, qualified people to fill these positions. Currently, there are 23 open elementary school teachers, 19 high school teaching positions, and 25 special education teachers that are open with no resolution, and people are being turned away and denied. I ask that this be investigated, looked into thoroughly, and changes be made. We say what we do what we say. Cabarrus County School Board, I expect and I ask that you guys look into this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for being
Can I
here
ask for
tonight.
clarification?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you apply for the position that you referenced last that you were called back and offered?
Actually, I didn't apply. These 2 principals seen my application at AppleTrack, and they reached out to me to come in and interview for the open positions. After I've completed the interview process, both principals were delighted with my interview, said it would be a pleasure to have me on board, that I would do a wonderful job to meet the needs of the students. And then after deciding, talking to my spouse and my children, I prayed about it, and then I made my choice. And that was on the 27th. On the 28th at 12:19, I was called and told by the principal, I am heartbroken to tell you this, Ms. Kennedy, that I was told by Human Resources that you could not be hired. and they didn't tell me why. And you're an asset, and I'm sorry to be able to tell you this.
Okay, so
Did you say this month? I mean, last month? Well, I'm trying to figure out the time frame. I'm sorry.
I was told July the 27th is when I made my choice. On July the 28th is when he called me.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'm going to ask that Interim Superintendent Schultz take this into consideration with the HR department and do what you need. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Dawn Gustafson. Is Dawn in the room? Good evening, and feel free to correct me on your last name. I may have not done that correctly. You will be speaking to us regarding the wearing of masks in elementary schools.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dawn Gustafson, and I hate public speaking, but as much as I hate it, I felt it was important to share my concerns with you today. You have decided to make masks optional, but I have yet to hear how you plan on handling the consequences of that decision. Earlier, we heard about 3 schools in our area with optional mask-wearing policies that had to institute quarantines. Union Academy Charter, 14 cases, and had to quarantine over 150 staff and students. Rocky River Elementary had to quarantine an entire class on only their 2nd day of school. In our own county, Wolf Meadow had 43 in quarantine. A little farther from home, in Florida, 10,758 cases in children under 12 were diagnosed in the week ending July 29th. I could give you multiple examples of southern states whose pediatric wards are suddenly seeing an increase in cases, but given the time restraints, I will simply share that according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, COVID-19 cases in children have jumped more than 4-fold in the past month, and currently about 1 in 6 new cases are among children. Without the precaution of universal masking, students could potentially miss 5 to 7 days of school for each quarantine period, and this could happen multiple times. Which is more disruptive, missing multiple days of school or wearing a mask? Further, Cabarrus County schools do not exist in a bubble. Each student quarantine will necessitate a caregiver staying home from work, adding an additional hurdle in our return to normal life. For households with multiple school-aged children, quarantines could pose a significant financial hardship. Our community should be acting as a team in the fight against COVID, and as many of you know, when you are on a team, you make sacrifices as an individual to support the success of the team. In our current situation, asking staff and students to wear masks is a very small sacrifice. This spring, we finished the school year with a system that worked and kept kids in school. It wasn't perfect, but again, it kept kids in school. The costs of masking are minimal, and it is a measure that has proven effective in slowing the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. The strategy of optional masking is unproven and could be detrimental to our students' and families' health, education, and the economic well-being of our community. Learn from the recent example of Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, who is now working to reverse the law he signed into effect banning mask mandates. Learn from Mooresville School District, who has now made masks mandatory following their quarantine experience. Make the proactive decision to implement universal mask wearing in our schools. Do not use our children as an experiment to test optional mask wearing. Look at the evidence that is in front of your eyes and be proactive in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Floyd, and he will be speaking on COVID policy accountability. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. Can you guys hear me all right? All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. It's my honor to stand amongst many experts of many types. My name is Brian Floyd. This is my home. I grew up here. I'm not from somewhere else. I've only left here to go fight for my country while many of you stayed here and I fought. It's the only time I've ever left. I listened to stories from Phil Wilson in a crumbling building in the old Concord Middle School. I played for Coach Smith in the Bell game. I've coached in the Bell game. I'm part of this town is who I am, and it's part of who I am, and it'll always be part of who I am. Now I'm a local businessman. I'm a combat veteran. I'm a parent of a child in the school system. Unfortunately, I'm also a bereaved parent. But I'm a product of this school system. I've told that to you before. But what I haven't told you is I'm more than a product of it. When I came home from war, I was struggling with reintegration into society, even more than I knew at the time, and Carla Black took a chance on me for no good reason and hired me as a teacher and gave me a purpose, and a purpose that probably saved my life, to tell you the truth. So our schools and this school system are very personal to me. People weaker than me are very personal to me. I'll always stand up for them, and I'll always fight for them, no matter what. And I think many of you are that way too. I think in here, a lot of us, we're so much more alike than we are different, and we don't realize it. And we want the same things. We have different ways and different ways of saying it and different ways of going about it. But we want the same things. Accountability is an important part of that. Last week, the comment from Mr. Furr. Mr. Furr, I don't know you. I don't think there's anything bad about you. I don't want you to resign. I don't think you're racist. I know one comment you've made. I would never presume to know about you from that. I'm certain there's so much more than you than that. I think it was a mistake. I do. I think it was a mistake not because you have a personal opinion. I think you have a right to that opinion. I think we all do. My opinion may or may not be the same. But I don't think that this is the place for it. This is the Board of Education. This is a nonpartisan building. This is a government, because you're an elected official, but you're not in a government building. You're in the Cabarrus County Schools building. This should be apart from politics. We should not have that. Poison. It's poison. We shouldn't have that here. Our kids matter too much. They're too important, y'all. When it comes to our policies and what we're doing to protect our children, I don't know. I know Cover 3 defenses. I know 30-year mortgages. I've never been in medical school. I don't know. But I know I've heard a lot of people who do know tell me what works and what doesn't. And even if it gives a chance, our children deserve the best chance that we can give them. If I'm minorly inconvenienced, then I'm minorly inconvenienced to take care of the weaker one, the weakest one. They deserve it. My daughter who died, she had half a heart. She needed a transplant. She did not get one. You have a child in your elementary school who did. And we're talking about putting that child and their family back in a box for a year. Who knows how long? They deserve a normal life. These parents, these children, they deserve the very best that we can do for them. Whether it works, whether it doesn't, we give it our best shot. If I give it my best effort on a play and I don't catch the ball and I drop the touchdown, we lose a game, I can live with myself for the rest of my life because I gave it my best shot. And I think we can all understand that. And again, I come back to, I really do think we all want the same things. I think we have different ways of getting to them. Last thing I want to talk about as a former teacher is some leadership lessons that I learned in the military that I think some of you could probably really benefit from, honestly. Leadership's not a popularity contest. Sometimes you got to compromise what you personally want for your people down to the weakest link. And it might not align with some of your ambitions or your wants or your desires, but that's not leadership, y'all. That's not why we're here. That's not why you ran. That's not why you fight to be in that seat you're sitting in. People are your most important resource. And putting yourselves above your people.
You to wrap it up.
I will wrap it up, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
But I can tell you for a fact from what I've seen and what I've heard, we're not listening to your boots on the ground. I don't know what you listen to, where you listen to, but you're not listening to your boots. You have these people who are there every day. They live in the battlefield that you're trying to understand from somewhere else, and they're telling you what's going on, and you're not listening. You're not listening. I don't know the solution, but I know how we get there, and I know how we don't. And I just want you to be leaders, I want you to be listeners, and I want you to be servants. Because we're better than this, you're better than this, or maybe we're not, but I have to believe that we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jana Ungaro. And you are in the room with us, so feel free to correct me. And you will be speaking on regarding K-12 curriculum for the upcoming school year.
Yes.
You may get started.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I'm Jana Ungaro. I'm a mom of 4 boys and 3 that have already graduated from Cabarrus County Schools with 1 left. I've also been a substitute teacher here for the last 6 years. However, as both a parent and an employee, I'm very concerned with some of the things that I see happening to our school system. It appears that critical race theory, affectionately known as CRT or SEL, or cultural responsible teaching, or lipstick on a pig, as my grandma used to say, is indeed a Marxist and divisive ideology taught in communist countries that is now sweeping its way across America. But not Cabarrus County schools, right? As I watched your live stream meeting a few weeks ago, I listened to Crystal Hills present on the ideals of social emotional learning. I felt certain that one of you would point out to her that SEL kind of sounded like school personnel were trying to take over the role of parents for children and circumvent their rights. Or that such a divisive curriculum that black and brown children would be made to feel less than and viewed as perpetual victims in a society where they were deemed powerless. As our school board, we counted on you to be concerned about the Caucasian students returning in the fall that might be made to shoulder a new burden of guilt, as they're viewed by others as oppressors of their classmates. A burden of guilt that not even their grandparents fell under. It's beyond me why any school or why any teacher would cause a child to question why God made them the way He did. I was surprised because none of you asked a single question after her presentation was over. None of you even made a comment about it. Why is that? Did you know that critical race theory is now banned in over half of our states? Did you know that it's illegal in France and the UK because it incites racial violence? What kind of damage will it have to do to American children before they don't attend a school in a free country anymore? It appeared during that live stream meeting that you all voted and passed SEL in a closed session where no parents were allowed. In fact, right now, tonight, there's 1,300 parents watching this meeting, and none of them are allowed to even make a comment. In closing, I urge you to please search your heart, search your conscience, and take another hard, discerning look at social emotional learning and how it is tied to critical race theory. Our children are not a commodity. They're not pawns in a political and unionized game. So please save all the pronouns for English and the division for math lessons. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suter Conrad. I'm sorry? Oh, yes, actually it is. Yeah, Joe Hudson, I apologize. Joe Hudson, yes. And you will be speaking on behavior of our board members.
Yes.
And you may get started.
Thank you very much, guys, for having me here tonight. It's been really distressing over the past year and a half to see the behavior of this school board. It's been appalling. I've gotten phone calls from Chicago twice because we've been on the national news. First, Ms. Blackwell's comments about a fellow board member. And then last week, while I was sitting in a hotel room in Maine, that same person texted me and told me to look up Mr. Furr's comments. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. You guys sit here all the time, and you've done it tonight, and wanted to censor people who want to talk about race and people who want to talk about politics in a classroom. And yet, every decision you guys make is political. You can't leave the politics out of it. This meeting should have ended after Mr. Schultz's presentation. It's simple. This is a simple matter. Mask work, mask in a classroom. One person gets quarantined. If everybody's masked, not 9, 1. You want to keep kids in school. Mr. Furr, you said earlier tonight, I'm really concerned about how this is going to affect athletics and keeping kids in class. Simple, wear a mask. It's simple. Miss Blackwell, your dishonesty is appalling. You pulled data tonight from April the 21st about kids. Guess what we didn't have on April 21st? Delta. Want to hear it? Delta's almost 3 times more transmissible. The viral load, 1,260 times higher than the original strain. Incubation period, 4 days. That means it passes really fast from student to student. This is really not rocket science. Even though I am a science teacher, most of my 8th graders would understand this and make better decisions than what you guys have made. Miss Sandish, Miss Blackwell, you want to end contact tracing? Simple, wear a mask. Mr. Furr, you don't want to quarantine? Wear a mask. If you're not willing to make that decision to safeguard the safety of our students, you really don't care. You care about your own political beliefs. You're putting the health and the safety of our students behind your political beliefs. Mr. Walter, my God, do some research. We've been in this for 18 months, and you're sitting there going, I don't understand, I don't understand. I did more research today than most of you have done in a year. It's ridiculous. You are charged with the safety of our kids. Do your job. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here tonight. Next speaker is Suter Conrad. Ms. Conrad, feel free to correct me if I said it wrong. And you are here tonight on CRT from a teacher's perspective?
Yes.
You may get started.
All right. My name is Suter Conrad, and I'm an educator representing Education First Alliance, North Carolina. I'm here to present an opposition of critical race theory indoctrination in our schools. Critical race theory is that it's a theory. That in America, we are founded on white supremacy and oppression. These two things are still at the root of our society today. This theory reduces individuals to the color of their skin. Individual stories and histories don't matter. Only the fact that a person is white, labeled as an oppressor, or black, the oppressed. These ideas create a racial divide in America and indoctrinate students into false teaching of the history of the United States. The biggest lie being is that America was founded on a perpetuant state of slavery and racism. The truth is that the United States was founded on religious freedom. Nowhere in America's founding documents were race or gender even mentioned. In fact, the founding documents objected and rejected anything based on those two things. America had slaves, yes, of all races, but abolished slavery after the Civil War. Since then, every generation has made significant progress to improve race relations. Critical race theory destroys that. Ibram Kennedy even said, and I quote, "The only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination." How is that moving forward? These neo-racist theories have no place in public education. Teachers are agents of the government, and by allowing critical race theory to be taught in schools, that is a direct attack on children from our government. I'm here to challenge all of you, but not just this school board, school boards across the country, across the state, and parents, to prioritize character and academic excellence within our schools and our students. This will, in turn, inspire children from all cultures and racial backgrounds to achieve their potential. In schools, students should be taught how to think, not what to think. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I need to ask for clarity, please. I'd like to ask for clarity. Ma'am?
Oh,
Ms. Conrad.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Not used to being asked questions.
Thanks for speaking to us tonight.
Yes.
Did you say you're a teacher in our school system? Are you a teacher somewhere?
I'm a teacher in Charlotte, but I reside here.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Our next speaker is Daniel Helms. And he will be speaking on discussion of decision to make mask optional, teacher and parent of a CCS student. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you, Mr. Schultz, for your presentation and to your staff for all the hard work you've put into preparing for this school year. I'd like to thank the Cabarrus Health Alliance for their time tonight as well to provide the data that they did to show you a snapshot of what our county looks like at this moment. I too share the excitement that many of you have about having students back in the classroom this year. In fact, every teacher I've talked to has said the same thing. We want schools to be open, provided we can guarantee the safety of students we are entrusted with and all staff that contributes to the students' education. We know students learn best when they're in the classroom, and that's why I'm here tonight. 2 weeks ago, you made the decision to make mask optional in schools and stated that it would, quote, move with K-12 social distancing 3 feet for children and all students, 6 feet between teachers and students. So as a teacher, I wanted to take a moment tonight to let parents and community members hear my perspective in implementing what you passed. Last Tuesday, I went into my classroom to set up my desks 3 feet apart. I left a few additional inches in the aisleways to emergency exits because I want to keep student safety in mind. I was able to get 25 desks in my classroom. Unfortunately, only one of my classes is guaranteed to be no more than 25 students, and one already has 30 on the roster. Suggestions were made last week to utilize other space around the school. Well, my classroom is average size for my school. So many, if not most of our teachers will be in the same situation. And we cannot all use the cafeteria, gym, or other large spaces at the same time. Given that we cannot guarantee 3 feet of distance, as we heard tonight, if there's positive cases, students would potentially have to quarantine. Mr. Schultz explained to me the instructional strategies we could use, but students will still miss the discussions, explanations, critical analysis, and the opportunity to ask questions in real time. Younger grades will have less opportunity to work directly with their teachers, especially on skills like reading. On top of that, parents will have to find childcare or use their own leave time because of the quarantine guidelines. If a teacher were to be exposed, they would be potentially out of the classroom for several days. Now, students that are still in school will miss out that time with their teacher. My sincerest prayer is that we do not have a single student become sick or miss time in school for COVID or for any reason. And I know that's unreasonable expectation. The best strategy would be to mitigate the number of students that would be required to miss school in the event of a positive test. Mask would be the best and simplest way to provide that mitigation. I hope that my comments tonight succeed in helping parents and community members understand the implications of the decision, considering the challenges many of our schools will face in preparing to welcome your students back in just 2 weeks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lee Schumann. And he will be speaking on student safety and COVID response. Good evening.
Good evening.
You may begin.
Good to see you guys again. I appreciate the chance to talk to you guys tonight. I'm here to ask you, implore you to leave your personal political views at home, at the door, and put what is best for education at the forefront of your decision-making process. I'm certainly not an expert with any kind of health issues in this county. I've come and spoken to you guys about other things that I've done in my life that I feel like I could speak more clearly about. So I take the advice of people that know more than I do. I hope that you guys do the same. I think we can agree that remote learning was not ideal. It had negative impacts on the education of the children in Cabarrus County. Every single thing we do related to this pandemic should be in an effort to keep remote learning a remote possibility. We shouldn't be using this board as a platform to talk about our views on illegal immigration, to ask about a Delta variant that we don't know anything about, that we know has an effect on how the virus is spread, but has no effect on how you treat people with COVID. We leave those to the experts. If Mr. Furr's worried about people that are coming across the border illegally, that aren't masked, aren't vaccinated, have COVID, you ought to be worried about people on this board that have the same. People in Cabarrus County that aren't vaccinated, aren't masked, that possibly have COVID. I certainly think that all those are concerns. But none of that is helpful in advancing the causes of a board elected to put education first. We should be just as vigilant about educating ourselves as we are about educating the children of this county. If we don't do that, then we're just fanning flames of division. We aren't doing our jobs. We hide behind the talking point of parent choice to cover for political ideology that we're espousing, yet we don't have the choice for our kids to wear flip-flops at school. I can't let my kid wear a baseball hat to school, tank tops. My daughter can't wear spaghetti straps. Are we really talking about parent choice, or is that just a cover for some political push I'm trying to make? The board is supposed to be nonpartisan, and have anybody thought about what that really means and why that is? My common sense tells me that it's because political viewpoints rooted in political theory and ideology don't serve the interests of a school board endeavoring to put education first. We have fiction and nonfiction sections in the library. Do you know why that is? Because part of it is for education and part of it's for pleasure and for entertainment. We have to stop worrying about entertaining the people that follow us and worry about what's best for education. This isn't about political views. Everyone has a freedom to have whatever political view they choose. They have a freedom to say whatever they want to say. But there's a responsibility that comes with freedom. There's a responsibility that comes with being elected on a board of education. I'm not here to add to the circus that's surrounding all these political ideologies at play, but I'm here to say to please let the circus music stop. Put education first. Put my kids, 3 of which are in Cabarrus County schools, first. Put your grandkids and kids first. And I pray that you'll do that from now forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jennifer Engel. And she will be speaking on COVID safety, mask policy for the school year. Good evening.
Good evening.
And you can get started. And you might want to slide a little, there you go. Perfect.
Good evening, Superintendent and school board members. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Dr. Jennifer Engel. I am a primary care physician. I am a 14-year resident of Cabarrus County, and I have a rising 5th and 8th grader in the Cabarrus County school system. I am here to discuss COVID safety measures for the upcoming school year, specifically the mask policy. We all here have, I believe, the same goal, which is to keep our kids safe and thriving in an in-person educational environment. Experts and professionals all agree requiring masks is the safest way to ensure in-person instruction in schools. Public health officials with information such as the Strong Schools Toolkit or the ABC Science Collaborative Study demonstrate that in-person instruction can take place safely without contributing to further significant spread of COVID-19 when using appropriate safety measures, including proper mask use. Cabarrus County implemented this successfully last spring to the benefit of all of our students. Medical professionals on a national, state, and local level, including the CDC, AAP, North Carolina Pediatric Society, and Cabarrus Health Alliance, all recommend mask use for students in an in-person educational setting. Teachers want to teach their students in the classroom. They underwent Herculean task last year to continue educating our children during the pandemic. So while they are certainly capable of finding ways to get lessons or assignments to quarantine students, why should we not optimize our chances of having as many students stay in the classroom as possible? The highly contagious Delta variant is causing rapid increases in COVID-19 cases on the state and county level. While we could discuss other matters regarding COVID and keeping the discussion oriented towards our common goal of keeping students in an in-person educational environment, The practical point to consider is that higher community transmission will lead to more students who end up in the classroom testing positive for COVID. This will lead to more students quarantined, leading to missing in-person education as well as extracurricular activities and athletics. There are many ways to reduce or mitigate COVID-19 spread in the community, but the ones we need to discuss and consider tonight at a Cabarrus County School Board of Education meeting is what decisions and policies this Board of Education has the ability to enact, which is requiring masks. You only need to look at surrounding areas such as Mooresville or Union Academy Charter School, which are quickly reversing their stance and requiring masks due to immediate interruptions with a mask optional policy. I understand you have a very hard decision tonight, and I just ask you to think about not only the rights and benefits of each individual student, but that of all students and the educational system as a whole, and listen to the experts who agree and recommend masking for all students to ensure a safe and consistent in-person learning environment this school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Mona Sino, maybe, and she will be speaking on mask wearing and COVID-19. Good evening. Come on into the podium, please. You may need to restate your name.
Okay. My name is Dr. Mona Sino. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for having me. I'm a family physician. I've lived in Cabarrus County for 7 years. My husband and I are veterans, and we have 3 children in the Cabarrus County school system, elementary, middle, and high school, so 1 in each. My hope, and I think everybody's hope for the upcoming school year, is that we will avoid the virtual learning and remain in school, in-person school. I think that's everyone's hope. That's a theme we've heard, throughout the evening. We all know that children learn better in school with their teachers and peers. There are multiple ways to ensure that children stay in school this year and avoid the disruption of the last 18 months, especially since we're expecting full classrooms and limited social distancing. The first is vaccination. I mean, we know it works. The CDC, the AAP, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services have all recommended it. The second is masks. Masks are also recommended by the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. Masks are cheap, they're easy to use, and effective. Let's start the school year on a safe note where we can keep the kids in school. Masks will protect the students and the staff. We have to think about the teachers and the staff as well. My 8-year-old attended Summer Jump Start this summer and for 6 weeks, and he actually loved it, and he wore a mask the whole time, and he did great. And we didn't hear of any cases of COVID-19 at his school. Kids will follow our examples, adults' examples, and we have a obligation to protect our children and keep them safe. So please, let's follow the science and keep the kids safe and the teachers safe with vaccination and with universal masking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Megan Hasmillo, and she will be speaking on discussing masking and COVID-19. Good evening.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here tonight.
If you will slide to your left, yes.
Yeah?
To that mic, yes.
Okay.
Great, and you can get started.
Perfect. My name is Megan Hasmillo. I am a family nurse practitioner and a certified nurse midwife here in Cabarrus County. I also have an upcoming first grader, and I will tell you that I love Cabarrus County. I moved here for the school system. I wouldn't look at a house outside of it, so you guys should know that. I also am here on behalf of my colleagues, which I know you just heard from a couple of them, to talk about our mask mandates for the school system in the upcoming year. Our kiddos under age 12 cannot be vaccinated. They don't have access to that layer of protection like you and I do, and that's a choice that we have, but they do not have that. My daughter does great wearing a mask. She doesn't mind it at all, and not perfect, but no kindergartner does anything perfectly, but not perfect is not nothing. And what we're asking for, what you guys are proposing with optional mask, is the opportunity to maybe do nothing. We've seen with the quarantine guidelines that we will have 9 students out if one is positive if we're not wearing masks. If everybody is wearing a mask, it's 1. And I'm not saying we have to do this forever. Nobody likes this. I wear these masks 50 to 60 hours a week. okay? I wear them 24 hours at a time occasionally, and it's not fun. It's not fun for me. I like to see my patients' faces. I like to see the expressions they have, but it's necessary right now because of the community spread that we have. Delta is a different animal. It is not the same COVID we were battling last spring. Listen to the people. If you don't believe the CDC and the AAP and the CHA, listen to the people in your community that are caring for your patients, your family members, your loved ones, doing what we love to do every day without bias, okay? We are the ones on the front lines. We are taking care of COVID patients regardless. Pandemics are not political. They are not. Somehow we've gotten there, I'm not sure, but it's not. It's not a political game for us. This is life and death. When we have our hospitals overrun by the decisions that you guys make here tonight, that has a ripple effect. You think I put a mask on my kid and you don't put a mask on your kid and that's the end of it. With Delta, that is not true. Delta spreads like wildfire. It is like a match through sawdust. And that Delta variant will make its way back to a grandmother or somebody that will be in our ICUs. You saw our numbers. We're up to 77 people at Atrium Health Cabarrus with COVID-19. That's a massive amount of people. That does not affect just COVID patients. That affects heart attack patients. It affects motor vehicle accident patients, stroke patients, and our kids. I've seen the outliers. No matter how little you think the percentage is, nobody plans to be that outlier. But they look a lot like you, they look like me, and they look like our kids sometimes. So I would just beg you to reconsider the decision that you guys have made so far, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. A.J. Patil, speaking on mask and COVID-19. Good evening.
Good evening.
You may get started.
Okay. Hi, I'm speaking here as a physician, a father, and a community member here in Cabarrus County. And I believe that it's incredibly important that our children return to school in person and full time. But we have to do it safely and as safely as possible for them and for the members of our community. You know, the number of children contracting the coronavirus is rising significantly. This week alone, we've seen more than 70,000 children who tested positive for COVID-19. Our neighboring states have seen rises in hospitalizations in children, both in the pediatric ICU and the neonatology ICU. And we're seeing that in our county as well. Working in the front lines of this, we see a lot of sick patients that have COVID, and everything that we try to do is to mitigate that risk. So in that, we talk about layers of protection when we are trying to prevent infection and strategies that we can use to prevent infection. Hand washing, social distancing, tracing, symptom monitoring, masks, vaccinations are all layers of protection that we provide for our community and our patients. Currently, children under the age of 12 do not qualify for the vaccination, and that's being worked on currently, but that leaves a gap in one of their layers of protection, which makes all the other layers of protection that much more important, especially mask wearing. Social distancing, hand washing are also important, but masks are something that we know work. And it prevents transmitting children from school to home to our communities. So I know parents are frustrated of being told what to do and how to parent and how to best take care of their children. And I know in the past 18 months, we've been all struggling with this pandemic and we haven't seen the results that we want to see. But we can't let that frustration cloud our judgment. We also can't let that frustration lose trust in your healthcare professionals. We've been here before the pandemic. We'll be here after the pandemic. We're here to take care of you. We know masks work. I wouldn't walk into an operating room without a mask because I know it prevents infection and it protects our patients. And I hope you afford that protection to our children as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Elizabeth Kovac, and she is speaking on hypocrisy. I'm going to move on to the next one. If y'all can figure it out, that's fine. Okay. David Burpo. David Burpo.
Here comes Elizabeth.
Okay, so it will be Elizabeth Kovach. Good evening.
Good evening.
Are you Elizabeth Kovach?
I am.
Okay.
I want that there, but it's not going to stay.
All right, and you may get started.
Hypocrisy. This is the world we live in, a world where what is right is now wrong, and what is wrong is now right. A world driven by fear, propaganda, feelings, and hypocrisies. A world that dictates which facts, science, truths, and which narratives are allowed to exist. Gone are the days of civil, intelligent conversations and debate. In our society, if you do not fit into the narrative, you are ridiculed, demeaned, and persecuted. In our world, it is not okay for something to be done to one, but perfectly okay for that same person to do the very same thing to another. It is okay for some to hold and share an opinion, but don't let an opinion differ from the approved narrative. That will bring on the mob crying out for his head. Don't point out hypocrisies. Oh no, that's not allowed. But showing up in person to a crowded room while you're sick is okay, as long as you wear your mask. After all, it is all about protecting others these days. So much so, reintroducing segregation is not only an acceptable idea, but a recommended idea. Again, it's all about protecting others. Who cares that we abolished this ideology 53 years ago? I'm sure that part of history will also be erased soon too. We need history to remind us of how far we have come, or how to not repeat it, seeing as that is exactly what we are doing. Since we are repeating history, we may want to revisit the part of history around 1933. That is around the point in history we have been reliving these past 18 months. We are on an accelerated version, however, so we are quickly coming upon the 1941 era. I know I'm hitting on some pinnacle points in history that are currently taught in an extremely limited and skewed manner. Another one of those areas that is cherry-picked to fit a narrative of acceptance. While on the subject of repeating history, we may want to remember events that ended in 1776. Without our true, genuine, and ugly history, we as people are doomed to repeat it. I say this now. Unless something major happens immediately, a lot of ugly history will repeat. The divide has to end. The insanity has to end. The hypocrisy has to end. If our children have any chance at a future that is free, then people need to wake up now. Tomorrow will be too late. I thank you all. Hashtag, I stand with Tim Fur.
Thank you for being here tonight. Next speaker is David Burpo, and he will be speaking on education, decision-making, and politics. Good evening.
Good evening.
You may
Thank
get
you for
started.
having me. My name is David Burpo. I have 4 boys in your school system, lived in Concord for 17 years, and I do apologize. I probably changed my topics 15 different times out in the parking lot. So I don't have a speech or anything, but I just simply wanted to come up here, and I'm not going to try to persuade you on a mask policy and mandating it. I'm just simply here to say, and you've heard it from other speakers, it's pretty obvious what's driving some of your decisions. And it's not just recent, it's been happening for several months now, but it really came out tonight, and it's nothing but politics. And frankly, it's pretty disgusting that you're on a Board of Education here in this room and so tied to your politics that we have experts, not on the internet, but in our own backyard. Think about that. They've spent hours and hours, probably thousands of hours, advising you, telling you what's best, and we're still playing games of sowing seeds of doubt in our own experts that are in our own backyard. That's why when I pulled into the Board of Education this evening, I thought I might be at a tailgate party. It was a circus. And it's all because, and I'm not saying don't ask educated questions, but eventually I think you should get the point of what they're telling you is best. But some of y'all have gone so far to your politics, and there's a couple that probably are so far they can't come back. And that's sad, very sad. There's plenty of places in politics for you, but not on a Board of Education in Cabarrus County. Come on. It's absolutely ridiculous. You know, Mr. Schultz, and it really hit me tonight, he gave a great presentation. He basically took out construction paper and wrote it out in crayon for you. If this happens, the kids will be back at home quarantined. So do you want the kids in school or do you not? Do you want to have them quarantined because we're behind this false choice, fighting for your rights? Or do you want them in the classroom? Because if they're at home, you're going to have a heck of a lot more people out here if you have to shut schools down, beating on the doors, telling you these kids need to be back in school. And my 4 boys, after a year of being at home, I want them back in the classroom. They're not going to drop dead because of a mask. So my thing tonight is just an ask. Please leave your egos outside of this room and let's listen to the actual people that are educated on the subjects that they're advising you on. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ashley Price, and she will be speaking on to present a formal proposal for mask standardization. Good evening.
Hi.
You can get started.
Good evening, yeah, bedtime.
Absolutely.
Good evening, everyone. Most of you already know me. I'm Ashley Price. I'm a Cabarrus County resident, and I have 3 students in Cabarrus County. I'm also a senior HR project manager, and a large portion of my job is dedicated to developing and implementing workforce change management. And for the past 18 months, I have been one of the leads of my company's COVID-19 Return to Office Task Force. It was really apparent early on that our opinions about COVID-19 were far and wide, much like everybody here, but that to make any kind of change, we were going to have to put our personal opinions aside and take a strategic, data-driven approach to get people back to work safely. I would venture to say that after tonight's meeting, if we surveyed any parents, the data would show that parents want their kids back in school on a regular basis without having to worry about constant change. And it can be done, and it can be done in a way with minimal disruption to our families and our students with consistency. Mr. Furr, you said earlier that there's no playbook, but there is. People have told us and given us the information on recommendations, people who have far more expertise than myself or anybody sitting here in the medical field. So my proposal is simple. Partner with CHA and create a standard metric that we can adhere to all school year. Use the transmission data and use the % positive data to create standard metrics that masks are required for, masks are not required for, and masks are optional for. You can communicate a weekly Connect Ed message to parents, letting them know where we stand. Regardless of numbers, anybody who wants to wear a mask should be able to wear a mask. Anybody who needs an exception, whether it's medical or personal, can apply for an exception. Our kids deserve to be back in the classroom, just being kids. Mine did not do well last year. So I just want them back in the classroom. And they're willing to wear masks to do that. They just want to be around friends. This proposal can get our kids back in the classroom and keep families informed with a level of consistency that we did not have last year. We have a saying in project management that you can't write a policy for 100% of people, but you can write something that accommodates about 80%. And that's all we're asking you to do, is to create a plan and stick with it so that we know what to expect when our kids go back to school. And you can leverage the data that everybody has given you tonight to do that safely. So if your goal is to truly get our kids back in school, set some standards and stick to them. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amanda Jackson Watson. And she will be speaking on current mask recommendations for children in schools. Dr. Watson, I presume?
Yes, hi there.
Good evening. You may
Good
get started.
evening. Yeah, thanks for having us tonight. I'm Dr. Jackson Watson. I'm a pediatrician from Harrisburg, North Carolina. I'm not affiliated with Atrium or Novant tonight. I'm just here as a concerned community member. I did reach out to other pediatricians this afternoon, kind of across the board, employed all throughout Cabarrus County, and said, hey, I'm planning to attend this meeting. What are your thoughts? Universally, representing 30 plus pediatricians in the area, they said, thank you for going, thank you for speaking, and we support masks wholeheartedly in our schools to keep our children safe and to keep our children attending school, because we've had such incredible mental health strain. It sounds like you guys are recognizing how challenging this has been for children over the past 18 months. That's kind of the purpose of this meeting, and I think it's why emotions have been so high. So I made a couple of notes here, I just don't want to forget anything. I saw that a couple of my colleagues have preceded me, so I won't go into more detail on why we think kids should stay in school. I think that we understand that across the board. I would like to touch base on a couple of the technical points that have come up. That's something that I don't think has been completely addressed. If there's time at the end, I would be more than happy to answer any questions if you guys have anything additional. There's been kind of basic questions of what are the proof that masks work. And I would like very much to share my experiences in healthcare, which is that throughout the past 18 months, we have seen that when transmissions happen within offices or hospitals, they are almost always attributable to outside sources, where people were out with family or out with friends in a non-masking situation. Transmissions within the office with masks are not impossible, but they are exceedingly rare. So that's an extrapolation going from healthcare into the school building, but we are seeing that masks work, and I don't think that should be questioned at this point in time. One of the other very best things about masks is something that we like in medicine. We consider them non-invasive. They don't hurt. They are vaguely annoying, but in the interest of public health, I think that that's something that we should all be willing to accept. There have been questions about, what's the carbon dioxide, what's the oxygenation, what does that look like for our children, and I understand that parents have emailed in with concerns. I would like to speak to that. The masks that are recommended are double fabric masks or surgical masks like the one I'm wearing right now. It sounds like those would be the disposable options available in the school system. Those work to limit droplet spread. So COVID-19 is spread through droplets of saliva that come out when any of us cough or speak. The goal is to prevent that water droplet from transmitting to another person. That's why, oxygen and carbon dioxide pass normally through the masks. I'm running out of time. That's why we don't see oxygen levels drop. It's not dangerous for children to wear a mask. They should be laundered. I think that's a good idea, the same way that children should brush their teeth every morning. There are plenty of things that we ask kids to do that they don't enjoy, like wearing shoes to school and brushing their hair and brushing their teeth. We expect that of them. And if we model it, then we do expect that kids do great with that. I know my own kids wear masks and do a fantastic job. One or two other quick points. There was a question about RSV, I believe. We are seeing RSV bumps right now. It's not an RSV, I forget what the terminology was exactly. It's not that we're seeing more RSV right now, we're seeing delayed RSV. Because viruses do what viruses do. We masked, we protected our kids during the winter. Now that we're seeing relaxation of the kind of standard PPE and distance that we've had, we're seeing those viruses making a comeback. So the way to prevent that is through masking, through distancing when possible. And I think that the safest thing to do is to mask our children. I don't think that it will have to be a prolonged measure for the rest of their school lives, but I anticipate that until the choice is available for children to be vaccinated, or until we're seeing significant drop in the cases throughout the county, it would be worth doing for the safety of all of us. I know I've run out of time. I would be happy to answer questions or return at a later date if you guys have any technical questions to ask of a pediatrician.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So you mentioned delayed
like a delayed RSV because of the masking.
Sure.
So part of what my question was is that are we just delaying more viruses as we continue to kind of push this down the line? At some point, when hopefully things get back to normal, are we going to see a resurgence in certain viruses that we've suppressed?
So adenovirus, rhinovirus, standard cold viruses are just generally around in our community. Those tend to be more harmless, relatively speaking. Those are around, and we'll see a bump. If tomorrow, if we all took our masks off, went back to completely normal life the way that it was in 2019, the cold viruses, I think, would have a field day, and we would see more. The difference is that COVID-19, when it first came out with the original strains, was about 10 times deadlier than the flu. It's true that most children, if they catch it, they do beautifully. But the challenge there is to keep the healthcare system from getting overwhelmed with a capacity of patients that we can't handle. And the challenge, too, for children specifically is even though they personally might be at lower risk, I have kids in my practice that have lost grandparents. I have kids in my practice who have lost parents. That impact on their lives cannot be overstated. It's the worst outcome for a child in all of this. And I think that the simple act of wearing a mask, to me, it's a no-brainer in this situation. So yes, viruses could be pushed back. Are they going to be any more deadly than COVID-19? They're not. So, the main goal right now is focusing on this particular deadly virus and preventing it to the best of our abilities. So thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
The only question I had, and it was brought up earlier by some of these parents, that the masks were causing the children mental health issues. Have you heard this a lot of times? Because again, that was mentioned.
That's a great question. I had that on my notes and I was running out of time. I'm so glad you brought that up again. We have seen significant mental health needs based on the isolation. Honestly, I have not done the math, but if I had to make a rough guess, I'd say that I'm making about 4 times more referrals to psychiatry and psychology than I ever had before in my career. I've been in Cabarrus practicing for 8 years at this point. Children are suffering because of their changes in their structure, the loss to their sports and their hobbies, isolation from their friends. So that has been the biggest mental health component that I've seen. I have gotten requests from children saying, I would really like a note to stay virtual, or I would like a note to be able to perform my test at home because I'm terrified of catching COVID and giving it to my grandparent or whatever vulnerable member they have in their family. I have a very few handful of patients that I can think of off the top of my head who have said, I just hate the mask. I've had more than that. I've had parents that have been worried that children will hate the mask. But again, with appropriate modeling and with the expectation that this is not going to be forever, and children respond so well to the explanation that we're doing it to take care of each other and we're doing it to keep your friends healthy. I don't see ongoing concerns with mental health and masking. That is inclusive of my patient with special needs. I have been incredibly pleased and proud of the patients that I work with who have autism or trisomy 21 who pop that mask on, go in school, and they're just happy to be there. So thank you for asking that.
Anybody else want an opportunity? Okay, great. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you very much. If you guys have additional questions, I would be happy to speak to it at any point.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
guys.
much. Next speaker is Courtney Steinberg, and she will be speaking on staffing and teacher shortage and support. Ms. Steinberg?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You can get started.
Thank you. Thank you, Board, for having us and for your patience for tonight. I know it's been a long night, but as a parent, I felt it was very important for me to be here. I am in a different situation than most of the people you've heard of or heard from. My child won't start until 2022. So my concerns are a little different. I won't be talking about masks. I'm wearing one, but my child won't be affected, honestly, by this. Hopefully, in 2022, this will be over. But what my child will be affected by is the lack of teachers and quality teachers and retention of teachers in this school district. As a mother, my goal is that when my child graduates from high school, he is prepared to go out into the world. And I think that's most caregivers' goals, right? That at 18, 19, whenever they graduate from high school, they're ready to go. That you can send them off to college or trade school or whatever career my child chooses to take. But at that point, my role changes. If we do not have teachers to teach these children, I will have to teach my child. And I can tell you, my child doesn't want to learn from me. My child is a free spirit. He is a wild man, and I love him dearly, but he doesn't learn well from me. I have a master's degree. That doesn't mean I can teach him. So I look to you, and I ask you to begin supporting our teachers. What I have seen over the last 2 years of watching your meetings is that our teachers are continually degraded and belittled and bullied. And that's not okay. You're not retaining teachers that way. I was an HR professional. My master's degree is in human resources. I know how you retain people. I know it's difficult, but I also know that you have over 60 open positions and a county that is growing exponentially. If you are going to prepare our students for the future, you must have a qualified, diverse staff. You cannot have a staff that all looks the same. You must have people from all different backgrounds that represent all races and have the ability to talk about all different aspects of life. And I tell you, the resolution that you passed cuts teachers off at the knees. Think about a time when you truly learned, when you truly grew. Were you comfortable in that moment? My true growth has never been in a comfortable moment. My true growth has always been when I'm pushing myself and striving for something I didn't know I could do. I didn't realize I could think. I didn't know. We need teachers who are willing and able to teach facts and help children learn to think critically. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carla Bridges Black, and she will be speaking on CCS product, speaking in support of student staff safety and well-being. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, right there, and you ready to get started?
Yes, ma'am. You ready? Yes. First of all, thank you, Chairman Grimsley, and to the entire Cabarrus County School Board for allowing me to speak today. I think you've probably said my name, but my name is Carla Black, and this is my 30th year in education, and I'm just grateful to be here today. I have served as a middle school teacher, high school teacher, elementary principal, and a high school principal, and I've had the pleasure of working and serving alongside many of you over the years as volunteers in my school, as supporters of my school, and I truly come to you humbly, asking that we just reflect a little back on the years that we've grown in this system together, and know that my heart every morning I wake up, I'm truly grateful. I wanted to also just recognize our former Superintendent Lauder and current Acting Superintendent Schultz for leading me and guiding me. This is my 30th year speech here, so just lead me and guide me, and just being there as a support to my school. I appreciate each and every one of you. And with that said, I'd like to give you just a little bit of background why I asked to speak today. I'm a proud product of Cabarrus County Schools as well. I grew up right here in Cabarrus County. I was raised by a hardworking mother. My sister and I, my sister who spent 25 years so far in law enforcement, started right here with Concord Police Department. We were raised by a mother who was about no excuses, no nonsense. School was first. And she trusted the people that we went to every day to make sure that we were safe and cared for. And we were. And we were. Many people like you shaped and mentored me. Those in my church, my community, allowed me and my sister to walk in our calling. And we talked about this several times before I decided to actually come and speak, but I want you to know on her behalf and mine as well, the first thing I wanted to do is just express my gratitude. And now I want to share with you that I serve in a unique position at the Cabarrus Kannapolis Early College, where I have Mr. Schultz's lovely daughter and many other students that I truly love. Over the years, I've just formed great relationships with them, but I'm on a campus now that's absolutely gorgeous. Rowan Cabarrus Community College South Campus, if you haven't seen it, it's beautiful. We serve a population of students where 50% are minority and 50% are not, where 30% are accelerated and want to accelerate more, and about 70% are on grade level and doing just fine, but they want a college degree. But I will tell you the most important statistic is that 100% of them are my responsibility. Last spring, when we were allowed to come back and do more activities, you, the Cabarrus County School Board members, decided to give us an opportunity to recognize our seniors at a reception. I can't tell you how much that meant to us. I thanked you at graduation, I'm thanking you again, because we were safely allowed to do that. I want to also just share just a moment with you that today, as I began the new week of our second week of school, after summer came and we were told that Rowan required masks, I thought I would have a lot of backlash, and we did not. I shared with the students that my own child was sick last summer and that one of our own students lost her father this past year to COVID, both in very good condition and very good shape. And I prayed and thought, I don't want that to happen to anybody else in my care ever again. So I don't envy your position tonight. And I'll close with saying I'm vaccinated, but I know that I can shed the virus to people I care about, maybe people I don't know. But I care about all of the students that are in my care and that you've entrusted me with, and the staff members that are 100% dedicated to their safety as well. I want to make sure that you understand that we don't just look at statistics, we look at their stories. And they are just as afraid as we are. And we trust you to lead us and guide us. This is not a forever decision. This is a for right now decision. Help us prevent the spread of this virus that has taken so much from our kids so far. It's not an easy decision, but it's the right decision for our students, our schools, our staff, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. So our next speaker is Jonathan Allman. And he will be speaking of Jonathan Allman. And he will be speaking on COVID protocols. You may get started.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Allman, and I applaud everyone who had the courage to vote yes on parental choice on mask. On Thursday, 7/29, a teacher tested positive at our daughter's daycare classroom. The teacher was wearing a mask, and at the time, my daughter was exposed. However, my daughter was required to quarantine. If mask works, why the quarantine? If masks stop me from breathing out particles infected with COVID, why can't I just breathe on a test to get a result? Even with the negative test after 5 days, she had to be out 2 more days to complete the 7 days. I reached out to Cabarrus Health Alliance to see if they track kids that have a quarantine to see if they ended up being positive or not. I was told they collect the data, but it's not available to the public. CHA also told me that the PCR test is the gold standard for testing. If that's true, why is the CDC moving from it by the end of 2021? On 7/21, the CDC released the following. The CDC encourages laboratories to consider adoption of multiplex methods that can facilitate detection and differentiation of SARS-CoV-2 and the influenza virus. So the test can't determine if it's COVID or influenza, but we know there's a Delta variant. How do they differentiate between the three with the PCR test? Is that where the flu went last year? According to the NCDHHS, as of 8/9 today, 14,740,000 tests have been completed. 1,086,000 cases, a 7.37 positivity rate over all age groups. 1,025,000 patients are presumed to be recovered. 142,159 cases are children ages 0 to 17. That's 13% of the COVID cases in North Carolina for children under age 18 from March 2020 to August 7th, 2021. That small percentage case, there has been a 99.98 recovery rate. So mask, quarantine, and distancing stop. I should inject my child with an experimental non-FDA gene therapy when they have a 99.98 recovery rate. Many continue to listen to the CDC's policies that continually flip-flop from no mask to mask to two masks to mask to no mask with a vaccine to mask, no matter what your vaccination status is. Why are some of the most prominent names in science being ignored? Dr. Michael Yeadon, Chief Scientific Officer and former VP of Pfizer, said, "Why would you want to take the risk of these brand new mRNA vaccines technology and give them to millions of children? The vaccines are a few months old and they have never been used before. We don't know the long-term safety protocol." Dr. Robert Malone, the inventor of the mRNA technology, said, "If mass vaccination is causing ADE, we need to stop immediately." ADE, antibody-dependent enhancement. Sometimes antibodies do not prevent cell entry, and rare occasions they may actually increase the ability of the virus to enter cells and cause a worsening of disease. Is this all the breakthrough cases? Is this why they were already talking about booster shots? In summary, the PCR test could not differentiate between COVID and the flu. Children are 13.07 cases of North Carolina with a 99.98 recovery rate. If you have a vaccine, even though you can still get it and transmit it, you don't have to quarantine. If you are exposed and no vaccine, you have to spend 7 days at home, even if you're negative. Mask on bus required for safety, but not seat belts. ICUs are overrun with patients, but will fire workers if they don't get vaccinated. I don't know if I'm up, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amy Steele, and she will be speaking on the passage of the resolution regarding non-discrimination.
Mr. Moorhead is not speaking.
Okay.
Amy Steele, is she next for you?
Mm-hmm. Good evening.
Hi.
Hey.
Good evening.
You may get started.
Thank you. Good evening. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits intentional discrimination. Cabarrus County Policy Codes 1710, 4021, and 7230. Also, Policy Codes 1720, 4015, and 7225. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits employment discrimination. Policy Codes 1710, 4021, 7230, and 1720, 4015, and 7255. Title IX of the Education Amendments Act prohibits sex-based discrimination in school education and education programs. Policy Codes 1710, 4021, and 7230, prohibition against discrimination, harassment, and bullying. This policy states that the board will not tolerate any form of unlawful discrimination, harassment, or bullying in any of its educational or employment activities or programs. Meanwhile, this board has allowed teachers to be berated, harassed, humiliated, and discriminated against, while board members say whatever they want to say to whomever they want to say it to, and rally people together to try to use scare tactics to intimidate teachers, students, and community members. Opinions are opinions, but here are some facts. Black and brown children deserve to know their full history, inclusive of prosperous times prior to the enslavement of millions and the systemic oppression faced by millions, along with strategies to which to address these issues so they may have a more productive life. Fact, Cabarrus County Schools already has a myriad of anti-discrimination clauses in place. You didn't need to add another one. Just follow the ones that were referenced. Fact, many of you are using your office to be political, to make your next political moves, and essentially create a bully pulpit where you decide the narrative instead of doing what's best for kids and following the data. In the words of Dr. Chris Lauder, Lynn Reimer, Glenda Jones, and Dr. Crystal Hill, all my former bosses, we need to do what's best for children. They are the real victims when you try to muzzle their teachers and try to take away their teachers, and when you silence their voices by not allowing uncomfortable conversations due to your fragility. Kids, that's your business, not this political dysfunction that you seemingly call a Board of Education. And as a fact or a point of reference, SEL means social emotional learning, referencing a speaker before. CRT is critical race theory. It's most often taught in graduate schools and law schools. It is not expressly a part of Cabarrus County Schools curriculum. I know because I have a PhD in curriculum and instruction. Please read the documents. CRT is a lens that is used to understand various prevalent issues within our society. It's a framework to reflect on how society constructed these concepts of race and religion and how they're used to maintain the interests of those in power. Please educate yourselves before passing continued policies. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christy Wanaker, and she will be speaking on masking in school. Good evening. And I'm thinking that might be Christy Wanaker. Wanaker, okay,
Yes.
thank you. You may get started.
Thank you. Hello, I am Christy Winoker, parent of 3 children in the CCS system and one that just graduated. For tonight, I just wanted to discuss my daughter Sophie with you. She is the tiniest ball of energy and life that you will ever meet. She's vivacious and sweet and has never met a stranger. If you meet her once, you'll never forget her. Sophie also has Ligase 4 syndrome. I'm sure none of you have never heard of it. This makes her a primordial dwarf and immunocompromised with developmental delays. While her disorder is rare, her situation is not. There are many other students within CCS who are struggling with their options for school. They are the kids who are more at risk for COVID-19 with potentially severe consequences and who also have educational obstacles that mean they don't do well in the virtual environment. I wish the virtual academy was an option for my daughter, but it's not. This past year, despite her effort, our efforts, and the school's attempts at accommodations, her education was halted, even regressed in some areas, because of not being in school with her teachers and her therapies. This past year went so poorly that we requested that she repeat the 2nd grade. She does not have the expected skills to succeed in a virtual environment. This puts us and other parents like us in the terrible situation of having to choose health over education. I fully believe that the best course of action is to have a stable school year is to require masks for all. We've been told ever since the pandemic started that masks are mostly beneficial when everyone is wearing them. However, I know that there are vocal parents and board members who see this request as less about the health of children and more about politics. In trying to figure out a compromise that allows them choice that doesn't adversely affect our children's health, I offer this suggestion. We had lots of surveys last year. Send out a survey asking parents and employees of CCS how many would prefer to have masks required. This survey would give you an idea of how many students and teachers want masks. You could then offer at least 1 masked classroom for each grade, more if necessary. It may not be a perfect option, but it's better than what's been put forth. It allows those parents who feel like their liberties are being taken away to still make their choice without completely taking away ours. We can't continue to act as though that choice to send their healthy child with a mild case of COVID and pass it along to an immune-compromised child couldn't have disastrous consequences. It's a privilege to feel such confidence in your child's health that they don't need a mask. It's a privilege that many of us don't have. I respectfully ask that you consider this suggestion. I think that you'll find that there's more people out there like us than you think. And once we can agree to something like this, some sort of plan, that would help. The great thing about this is that it allows everyone's voice to be heard. The bad part is that it won't stop the inevitable quarantines and instability that other school boards who voted originally for optional masks have faced once their school started. It at least offers more protection for our most vulnerable. I'm asking that CCS be proactive and think outside of the box instead of waiting to be reactive and have another school year like last one. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kenny Wortman, and he will be speaking on recent events in the community, and he will be speaking on behalf of a group, so he will have 5 minutes. Good evening.
Hello.
You may get started.
Thank you for having me again. I see the NCAE finally showed up. Let me make it clear. We don't care what you have to say. especially from a group whose website lists collective bargaining, diversity and inclusion, gender equity, LGBTQ rights, racial and social justice, racism, and cultural bias, along with using a logo of a clenched fist of communism as one of its logos, who also has a main goal to stop standardized testing, because it's the only measurement tool left to show that our kids are actually getting dumber. They aren't teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic. They're teaching kids to be mindless activists. If you want to see the troubled employees that you guys have, I hope you paid attention when you drove in to the protesters. It's the same ones who demanded vaccines before returning that cussed each one of you out a few months ago. It's the same people that are up there. I'm finding it hard to understand why our board is allowing people to speak that aren't even from Cabarrus County. It's quite simple. If you don't live here, your opinion doesn't matter. The fake teachers union that is protesting outside is working on unifying teachers statewide to strike when schools start back. I'd like to remind our school board, as well as the fake teachers union, that North Carolina is a right to work state, and any employee that partakes in that should be terminated immediately. But maybe if I speak louder, like some people have, it'll show more emotion, or at least it's better for the dramatic effect, since that whole group of protesters left as soon as the news cameras did tonight. You guys had a teacher speak this month, or last month. He actually spoke again tonight on how the CRT draft resolution will hinder things. This is the same teacher that is on a website vowing to teach CRT regardless of what any of you say or any policy you put in place. Mr. Schultz, your time as superintendent is coming to an end. Thank you for stepping up and filling in that spot. I would assume you'll be returning to assistant superintendent position. You still have time to do the right thing, even though tonight, as of this board meeting on Cabarrus County Teachers United, it was posted that Mr. Schultz is doing everything he can to show that required masking is needed. Mr. Furr, you have been attacked pretty good tonight, but what you don't know is there was about 100 to 200 people out there in your support tonight, so thank you for doing what was right. Keisha, you cut off members of the community a few weeks ago and asked for the sheriffs to remove them, yet you cut another board member off and he didn't even get to finish his discussion last week. We have Carolyn, who talks about holes in the ground for a school for hours. It's a little ridiculous. We have a lot more to do than talk about a hole in a school. The CHA has provided COVID information tonight, which is pretty rich since one of those members is married to a principal of Central Cabarrus High School, which is the biggest political hotbed of activism in our school district. Masks don't prevent transmission. It says so on the box. So why are we even debating that when they're ineffective? You gave multiple hours of discussion while we sat in that parking lot for a mask that does nothing. Again, I state, read the box that the mask comes in. Probably has more to do with the fact that the CDC is paying schools to test kids weekly for COVID, and Cabarrus County is actually on that list. It is refreshing to see, though, that we have apparently an abundant supply of medical experts in this community that can finally show up to speak out against something. Mr. Schultz, you stated you will never test a student without parents' permission, and we're going to hold you to that. Multiple people have come in here asking that this board leave their political views at home. That's great, but I also stand here and ask that our teachers keep their political beliefs at home as well. If it's good for one, it's good for them all. Out front, we had a massive showing of a bunch of jaded hypocrites who can take their BS back to Mecklenburg County, who half of them stood up here and spoke. They can take it back to Mecklenburg County because parents in Cabarrus are not going to stand for it. We're showing up, there was a massive crowd, and we're not going anywhere. Please continue to do the right thing. You're not alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shannon Burpo, and she will be speaking on mask. Good evening. You are good to go.
Thank you. I'm here as a parent of 4 Cabarrus County Schools students. One of my favorite things about working with children is the look on their face when they ask me something and I respond that I don't know. They think adults know everything. Most adults know that's not true. After telling them that I don't know something, I tell them we can find out together. We look things up and read and learn. My willingness to show them that I don't know everything but how we can learn more, is modeling for them that education is a lifelong pursuit, not a destination. In that pursuit, we learn about people who specialize in topics and content and continue their education in those topics. It's these specialists we turn to in order to learn more, and even these specialists continue learning and growing. I recently gave a presentation on borderline personality disorder. I spent hours scouring academic journals and reading peer-reviewed scholarly articles. I sifted through data that was accumulated over years through randomized trials, correlative or quasi-experimental studies with proven reliability and validity. I examined Cohen's d and p-values and standard deviations to better evaluate whether the study was providing clear evidence for its hypothesis and outcome. And I did a really good job on that presentation, even though this is how I speak in public. But I say with 100% confidence, I am not an expert on borderline personality disorder. If I have someone that I work with one day with borderline personality disorder, no amount of research on my part will prepare me in a way that an expert is prepared. Perhaps if I specialize in it and spend the next 20 years of my career researching it, I'll be close. But today, I am not an expert. It's been said that if you're the smartest person in the room, you should find another room. Don't we want our kids to keep growing and learning and challenging themselves? Don't we want them to have the self-awareness and humility to say, I don't know everything, and then the perseverance to find out? Don't we want them to recognize when they are not the expert in the room and refer to one while they learn? I know I do. That is why I'm asking you to listen to the local health experts. If they say we need to send the kids back with masks, then that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Nancy Faggart. And she will be speaking on the mask mandate. Good evening. You are ready to get started.
I'm ready. Madam Chairman and members of the board and Mr. Schultz, it is good to have discussion, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. These are challenging times. It's wonderful for our children to come together for in-person learning, but I encourage us to do so as safely as possible. We are in the middle of an immediate public health concern. This Delta variant of COVID-19 is so transmissible, we have got to use every tool possible to protect our young ones. I'd like for us to err on the side of caution, whatever decisions we make. I'm the grandmother of a soon-to-be 5-year-old grandson. I ask you to put yourself in his shoes. What defense does he have against the virus? He doesn't have too many choices. At this point, he is totally at the mercy of adults to intervene on his behalf. I suggest, for the sake of practicing good public health, we have our youngsters under 12 years of age wear masks at school, just like we mask up in the grocery store to protect essential workers. Let's do the same for our children. We are in a wilderness moment, but we will get through it. Youngsters under 12 do not have the option of the vaccine for several more months. Until then, let's give our children every possible tool we can to protect them and give them the chance to grow and learn as safely as possible. This thing may blow over in a few months when the vaccine becomes more readily available. Why not reevaluate the mask requirement every couple of weeks? It's just common sense to reassess as we go along. Our little ones have no defense against this virus except for what's in the toolkit: masking at school, having good ventilation, providing testing. All these will help keep our children from having to quarantine as well. So let's save our children. I'd just like to add that I'm a retired pharmacist. I'm very interested in best practices of public health. My ancestors were the Barriers from Mount Pleasant. My great-great-uncle, Dr. Paul Barrier, had to make some unpopular decisions for public health safety. My granddaddy's grandfather, Barrier, was a huge supporter of education. In other words, they cared about education and health. After following this epidemic, I think they would be inclined to agree with the pastor at Impact Church in Florida. He now has 6 parishioners, young people, some in their 30s, who have died of COVID. His message is, when you have a heart problem, you treat it with heart medication. And when you have a pandemic, you treat it with all available tools, vaccines, masks, social distancing, etc. Please make safe decisions for these children. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for all your hard decisions.
Thank you. Okay, board members, we are going to move back to approval of the minutes under 9.01. And I know you've had an opportunity to read those. Are there any comments, questions, or corrections? Hearing none, may I have a motion that the minutes of the June 14th, 2021 business meeting and the June 28th, 2021 budget amendment approval meeting be approved as presented?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Blackwell, a second by Mr. Walter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. And now we will move to items under number 10, and we will begin with 10.01, and that is normally board chair comments, and I'm going to hold my comments for just a little bit, but I would like the board members to be given an opportunity to speak and just make the comments that we had talked about earlier, and I'm going to begin on Ms. Sandidge's side.
I'd just like us to start by making a motion that we adopt the recommendations of the Cabarrus Health Alliance to require universal masking.
Okay.
I'd also like to add to that motion that we evaluate the percent positive and allow for that to determine whether or not we take the mask off with the task force help.
Okay, so you know how we'll have to actually do that is to amend the motion, to amend the agenda to add discussion. So I'll leave that right there and just continue down the line. Let's continue comments and then we'll come back. So Ms. Blackwell?
Sure. So I just want to say that I'm grateful for everyone that came and spoke tonight. Certainly gave a lot of great information that I think with all of the things that we have been thinking about over the last few weeks, I just appreciate their time in doing that, and that's all I have to say.
Mr. Walter?
Yeah, I do think, again, 30-something speakers, that's quite a lot to come out and share with us. I appreciate the time, especially waiting several hours. I mean, it's almost 11 o'clock now, isn't it? So thank you for that. They had a lot of good points there, and one that stuck out to me, I guess Ms. Price, she talked about having standards for our mask. Have we talked about bringing the task force back to review those type of things? That might be a job for them, and we also have a superintendent starting next week, so there might be some consideration of waiting until he arrives.
Mr. Farr?
No, I would also like to thank all the participation tonight. Once again, it shows what kind of county we have. We've got parents and community folks that are put their trust in us. They want to make sure their kids are taken care of, and I'm just glad that we live in the county we live in. It's still a God-fearing, American-loving humble community that works hard, and we're a byproduct of that, and our students are too. I think that as far as the mask, we got a lot of information tonight. I really don't know, with all the information we received, that we should react right now. I think we have 2 weeks, or when school starts, 2 weeks from now. We need to continue to look at the numbers, and this is not like a transportation issue where you have to have time to plan. I mean, we can make one phone call through the school and wear a mask tomorrow, or mask option tomorrow. So it's not, to me, it's not a pressing issue right now. I think, and my guess is, not my guess, my hope is that just like during Christmas and just like during January, we saw the numbers rise because of people gathering. I'm hoping that vacations have caused some of this rise, not just a variant. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. And I think if we, I think most people are pretty much done with their summer vacations, and I would like to just kind of wait and see what the numbers look like next week.
Ms. Carpenter?
I agree with everyone else with thanking the viewing audience, the people from coming out, and I thank our medical professionals in coming out. I think we got some excellent data to back up the wearing of masks, which that has been questioned many times by individuals, and I think we got some excellent data, and I want to thank Brian for his excellent presentation, and I think we've got enough data to act on it. And I don't want, these parents are trying to get prepared for school, and I want to give them that information, and I think we've got enough data now to do that with the presentation that our Health Alliance gave and everyone gave, and I think we've got that data now that we could make that decision. And it is something that if the numbers go down, which we have not seen them going down, and we haven't seen them going down around us, so if we've seen them continuously go up around us in this cluster. And then if it does go down, we could give them great news to say, hey, we're going to change it. So I think that we could do that. And then say we've changed it to optional.
Ms. Adcock?
I would just like to say I thank everyone that came out. I know it's been a long night. We're all tired, but I think it was important for us to hear each and every person that wanted to come before us tonight and speak, their opinions about things. I think that as leaders, that we heard pretty loud and clear that we need to be leaders. I just wanted to read a quote, and this is all I'm going to say tonight, but true leaders always practice the 3 R's: respect for self, respect for others, and then responsibility for their actions. And I just hope that, as a Board of Education, that we respect each other and that we give to this community what they want to see in us as leaders.
Okay, so before we go back to Ms. Sandage, I think I would like to offer a suggestion that we have the swearing-in ceremony and the reception at Monday for Dr. Kopicki. And I'm wondering if the board would entertain actually adding to that swearing-in ceremony a discussion, to add a meeting. I know we talked about special calls. We have not had a special called meeting. These are all regularly scheduled meetings, but that one being a swearing-in ceremony meeting, we could add that discussion at that point in time to get updates that will take place on that Monday as well, and then again this coming Thursday. Is that something that you would entertain for Monday, or hold tight, or would I want to hear from the rest of the board, or do you want to amend the agenda tonight to have the discussion? Okay, Ms. Sandage.
I think my concern is we have a school currently in session, and if we hold off on that decision, that affects a school that's year-round. So I would not want to wait another week.
Ms. Blackwell?
I would entertain the idea of adding a special call meeting on Monday to discuss it.
Mr. Walter?
We have a new superintendent starting. He's going to be in charge of implementing anything that we pass, so I think his input and his involvement in that would be prudent.
Mr. Furr, will you key up, please?
Yes, ma'am. I agree to wait till Monday.
Ms. Carpenter.
I kind of have the same concern. We've already had those 43 quarantines, and we could have more quarantines. That's more parents that may have to stay home. And so that's my concern. So I'm ready to be a leader, step up, and make the decision tonight. So but again, if the votes aren't there, but I'm ready to be a leader and do it tonight.
Ms. Adcock?
I agree that I would like for the superintendent to be here to be able to be a part of that decision.
I think it would be very prudent to have the new superintendent to be a part of that discussion and decisions, and he will be a part of carrying out that responsibility. But I would like to hear from Brian. What are your thoughts?
In terms of reviewing the COVID data, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I'll give a precursor. I mean, I'll go with the will of the board, and if we know something next week, there's still time to implement. I do, share some concerns. We actually have 3 schools in session right now, so we do have to take that into consideration. Some precursor on data for this coming week. On Friday, we had 100 new cases in the county. We did not hear this tonight because we don't have the complete week of data. On Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we had 500 cases. So right now we have a total of 600 cases, which already exceeds the number of cases that we had last week. So I have a growing concern that this is not slowing down. So that's I guess my only thing I want to throw into the pot for consideration.
Okay, I'm going to start one more time. Ms. Adcock?
I would just like to wait until the superintendent comes on.
Ms. Carpenter, I know you're not changing your mind, so I'll just, okay. Mr. Burr, anything different? Okay. Mr. Walter?
Maybe more clear to next week on what we need to do.
Okay. And Ms. Blackwell?
Monday.
Okay. And I know you're not
I'm
changing
not
your mind,
changing.
Ms. Sanders. So I hear I've actually had the majority of the board stating that we'll wait Monday. Karina, can you take care of adding that so that we'll just... Yes. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so with that being said, I would like to ask also, Brian, that we heard loud and clear from the Health Alliance that they need to hear from us about requesting contract tracing resources for nurses.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then also, I know we had a couple of board members that stated about the COVID monies that we were using as well for the ESSER funds, and those, I think we need to get another update of what we actually did, and if there's any ability moving forward to do anything different with that. I think that's not all going to be on the Health Alliance's side. It's probably going to be on some of our side as well.
Well, part of the update with the testing is that the Health Alliance is receiving an allotment of funds to your point, to support that staff. I would respectfully request that we wait until we get that allotment of funds. I think from what I understand, it's in the $3.5 to $4 million range. So I think that it may behoove us to see what those funds will get us in support of our schools.
Okay, that sounds great. So is the board in agreement? And I know that we probably, Jay, you might need to help me here. I don't know if I need to do an actual, since we're going to add that as a special called meeting, I'm going to go ahead and have, I don't need to amend this agenda. I just need to amend to add a special called meeting.
Right.
Correct?
I think if there was a motion, I would assume that Mrs. Sandage's, a motion would need to be made for next week to add. I would suggest, based on what I heard, a discussion and an action item. And I was not certain what exactly Mrs. Sandage was saying is that to adopt the CHA mask policy. And I didn't catch, I heard you say positive, but I didn't catch after what positive was.
I think Rob talked about it a little bit. Ms. Price came and suggested that we look at a % positive within our county, lower than 5% or something like that, but I don't want to make that determination, I'd like that to be reviewed with the
So-
task force.
So what I would suggest is a motion, a board member making a motion to add a discussion/action item, maybe involving the mask policy to include the positivity determination. Is that fair to say, Mrs. Sandage? And that would address those items that could be discussed.
Are you saying that I need to make that
No.
motion when I'm clearly not, okay.
I'm not saying you need to make the
Okay.
motion. I just want to make certain that whatever the motion is addresses what you brought up, which would be the mask policy and the positivity determination is what I was hearing. So if somebody would make the motion that next week to have a discussion/action item.
But you said CDC guidance, or Cabarrus Health Alliance guidance, recommendation, because what did,
The recommendation from the Cabarrus Health Alliance for universal masking that they put on the
just the universal
PowerPoint
masking part of that?
presentation. And then that there be a determination some way, somehow, that lets the public know when we will not be requiring masking. What percentage do we need to be at? And that decision is discussed amongst our task force. I did hear previously some discussion about the task force being kind of reenacted to.
I think that would be
Okay.
a good move.
Yeah, the one issue that I would say for Mrs. Sandage's point is I don't know if the board wants to be limited just to the CHA mask policy as opposed to get information about the CAC, make whatever decision you want to make, but not limit it just to the CAC unless that's what Mrs. Sandage wants to limit it completely just to the CAC mask policy.
It doesn't have to be limited
Okay.
to CHA.
I think you can still get, if you just said the mask policy and a positivity determination, that would address both issues that Mrs. Sandage is trying to raise. And if somebody has a better widget to discuss, then they would be able to bring that to the board as well.
Okay, so,
We also referred to the toolkit for our quarantine and stuff like that, so we used a couple of them.
Right.
okay. So, Keisha, do you feel comfortable making that motion, or would you like somebody to make an amendment to your motion?
I'd like for someone to make an amendment to my motion because I clearly want us to discuss and decide upon that tonight.
Okay. So Jay, she really didn't make a motion. She started
She
the discussion.
said that she would like to have it discussed tonight. I did not hear that she wanted to amend the agenda tonight to discuss
Right.
those issues.
Right.
And then the board took the position that what it seemed as though is that 5 people would like to wait until next Monday night to actually to hear it and then take action on what Mrs. Sandage brought up. And I'm just saying, I believe that this board needs to make a motion to add to next week's agenda a discussion and action item to address the mask policy, which would include the CHA policy, as well as the positivity or the positive determination, the threshold. And then also the toolkit would be part of the discussion is to.
Yeah, because that has to do with quarantine, because that was what we were
Right.
looking at. Also, we use the quarantine and we use, because within our whole thing, we have masking on the bus. Do we have to use the whole, if we're gonna do this?
If you're talking
do we
about the
have to
masking
go back?
policy, I think if you talk about the masking policy, that would allow you to hear all the other aspects that you want.
Because if we're gonna do that, it has to encompass everything we've talked about, because we require masking right now on the bus. We have the social distancing that is involved.
Ms. Carver, will you key up,
Oh,
please?
okay.
And let me ask you something. If we
Okay.
just use the toolkit in general, because we can actually address that next Monday night in that, if we just say that to address the toolkit in general.
Toolkit,
right.
because we use part of the stuff from that.
Right.
And then add CHA. And then determine, because our committee, we do have some standards, but are we gonna follow those? Those are kind of, what are we gonna follow? Are we gonna say at 4.5 or at 5, where we would say?
So let me stop you there for just a
Okay.
second. So I think what we'll need to add to, are we going to add to reconvene the task force?
Yes.
Okay, great. So can we, I mean, I'm not so sure that this has to be a very generic, a very
It doesn't. It just,
definitive,
it
it needs to
you
be
can
more
just-
generic, that
yeah,
we're going to add
and that
it
way
as
it
a
gives you more
discussion.
information, more flexibility to talk about
Right.
these issues that Mrs. Carpenter's come up with, that Mr. Schultz recommended with the task force, that Mrs. Sandage has brought up as well.
Right.
She also made mention an ABC collaborative. Is that applicable here?
They provided a research report, and so it's published. It was published in June.
Is there recommendations in
the
it?
Result? Yes, there are recommendations in there, and they're the exact same
Is that something the
recommendations.
task force can look at as well?
Absolutely, yeah.
So how about if I ask for a motion for there to be a discussion and possibly an action item to be added for the agenda for next Monday night's meeting to include all the discussion items that we have brought forth tonight?
Does there have to be a motion to reactivate the task force, or are they just automatically reactivated?
It's his call, right? But I think and I don't think we need to put anything in other than we're going to add a discussion item regarding this for next Monday night to be added to the meeting of the August 16th reception and swearing in ceremony of the new superintendent. How's that? Is that good?
That's good.
So I'll put that motion on the floor. May I have a second? Have a motion by Mr. Furr. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that is unanimous. All right, thank you. Karina, do you have that?
I have a motion to add discussion about return to school COVID safety and policies regarding setting the threshold.
That's good. Good.
And then out of that discussion,
We can use what that's good.
to take action.
That sounds great. That's good. That takes care of it all. Okay. Brian, are you good with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Good. All right. So let's move on to, we actually have you back on here for comments. Do you have anything else?
I have about 25 minutes worth of comments, so just grab your seats. No, I do have some comments. We have some great students that we need to brag on a little bit. First of all, as I told you last week, early colleges started with their first day being Wednesday. Was able to get out there Wednesday and visit both the Early College of Technology and the Early College High School, and things were going really, really well. And I think one of the things that I'm most amazed about both of the schools is how well the students bond there. You heard Ms. Black speak earlier about the diversity of the schools, and what they do so well in their orientation camps is create team building activities that develop bonds between students that come from very diverse backgrounds, and they get along, and it's amazing. So just to see that excitement and that engagement with each other on the first day was really, really impressive, and unlike most schools' first day that have brand new freshmen in their school. So it was really great. Back in the spring, Hickory Ridge High School student Bryson Battle, if you remember him, he won the Best Actor Bloomie Award from the Blumenthal Performing Arts. Bryson, who is now a 2021 graduate, is from Central Cabarrus High School. Hickory Ridge, I'm sorry, from Hickory Ridge High School. He's the winner of the Best Actor Jimmy Award, the National Musical Theater Awards. The Jimmy Awards are presented by the Broadway League Foundation and are often the stepping stone for young performers to appear on Broadway and in touring productions on Broadway shows. Bryson is headed to the Boston Conservatory at Berkeley on a full scholarship this fall, so congratulations to him. Another proud graduate of CCS that we can brag on. Josh Yao, College and Career Specialist for Jobs for North Carolina graduates, received the Jobs for America Graduate Peak Performer Award. The national award recognized Mr. Yao's successful outcomes during the 2021 school year with his students at Concord High School. Although his students face some of the highest barriers to success in any in the nation, all 17 of them, most whom come from low-income or single-parent homes and must work to supplement their family's income, walked across the graduation stage despite the uncertainty of COVID-19 and difficulties navigating remote learning. W.M. Irvin Elementary School received a $10,000 donation from Elevation Church Concord campus. The school plans to use the funds to stock its food pantry, to purchase incentives for positive behavior interventions and support student celebrations. Elevation Church has also donated school backpacks and supplies to several CCS schools. We're thankful for their community service in and around our schools. 7 of our schools are recipients of the grants of the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program, sponsored by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. A.T. Allen, Beverly Hills, Rocky River, Weinkauf, Irvin, Wolf Meadow, and Royal Oaks School of the Arts are all recipients of this Fresh Fruit Program. It provides fruits and vegetables to children at eligible elementary schools during the school day, with the goal of introducing them to fresh fruits and vegetables to include new and different varieties and to increase overall acceptance and consumption of fresh, unprocessed produce among children. The Fresh Fruits and Vegetable Program also encourages healthier school environments by promoting nutrition education. I had COVID updates as a possibility on there. Do you guys want me to do? Oh, we already had that tonight. Okay, so first day of school is August 23rd. We are 2 weeks away from the start of the new school year for the majority of our students. Today, we started new teacher orientation. That will take place for the remainder of the week. I'd like to thank Dr. Kahn and Angela Woods for really doing a lot of work on that, and we're appreciative to them and how they welcome back and prepare our new teachers. Our teachers return next Monday, so that is an important date that we will welcome back the majority of our staff in the district. And also a reminder about those open house events that I showed you earlier. Those times have changed, so please tune into your school's schedules so you make sure that we are practicing some safe distancing while meeting our students and educators at our schools face to face. So we're really, really excited about the new school year. And then lastly, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't just give you an all farewell as the interim superintendent as I transition back in the deputy superintendent role. We accomplished a lot of things together during the last 6 months, so it's been really a privilege to be able to work on face-to-face instruction option for all its students. We did that late in March and acted very quickly. In fact, we're the second district in the state that actually made a motion on that and approved that. And y'all came over here on a Friday to do that, so I was really proud of the work that you did on that. We had our in-person stage graduation, so we transitioned, and I see Ben sitting over here. He's largely responsible for that, so thank you, Ben. And that was a great celebration that we had at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We did, if you remember, we did realignment this school year during this time period. That was on my deputy superintendent hat role. So we are excited about that as we make plans to communicate that next year and prepare students for that 22-23 school year as that plan will transition forward. We have elementaries involved, mostly middle school students, and then high school students as well. And then we are beginning the R. Brown McAllister architectural design, so that's really exciting to be at the early stages of that and see how that work's going to go. We're obviously starting, I've already started this school year, so that's another accomplishment with our 3 schools. We've implemented and completed Summer Jumpstart. See, Dr. Hill she worked unbelievable hours on that, and that was a really big success. I've heard a lot of compliments from parents and students, and even we heard it tonight with one of the speakers. It was a great success for our students to continue their learning this summer. And then we completed the high school athletic season. We celebrated that with some of our state champions tonight, and you heard Mr. Tyson reference that it's actually really amazing that we even finished the athletic season with wrestling, by the way. I mean, they were wrestling, it seemed like, until late into June. And by the way, those wrestlers had amazing hairdos up here. Did you see that? So congratulations to them. And so it's really, and Brian Tyson did, that guy works unbelievable hours and just was amazing in his work to make sure that we were able to that help students' mental health, to be able to participate with teammates and the physical exercise and everything. And if you would have asked me at the start of last school year if we would have had wrestling at the end of the year, I would have thought you were crazy if you thought we were going to do that. But we did it. So in large part, the work of Health Alliance, Brian Tyson, athletic directors, coaches and staff at our schools were amazing with that. So we hosted our in-person Summer Leadership Academy for all of our about 160 or 70 district leaders. Had a successful 3-day event, capped off with some team building. And I'll just say it's been a real blessing to serve with the board during this transition time and to serve our district. We have really amazing educators, and and I will just say, I've said this numerous times, if we don't listen to the people that are closest to where the decisions are made for kids, we will fail as a district, and we've got to do that. So thank you, teachers, teacher assistants, folks you are the closest to the students the most every day, and your voice and your opinions really matter when we make decisions at the district level. So, and I'll end how I end this role as I began it, and thanking my wife and my 2 daughters for putting up with me during this time. They're tremendous women, and I'm blessed to live with them every day. So thank you.
Well, I'm going to back up just a little bit for board chair comment, because I want to be able to say the same thing that we kind of said last year as an end. You have been amazing. And you have taken us to some really good places. You were phenomenal with the task force and the implementation of it, and I know you will be on the re-implementation. We think you're going to make a great team with Dr. Kopicki. We look forward to that, very much so. And we will begin a new phase with our next rounds of conversations with Dr. Kopicki and you at the helm. And I also failed to acknowledge our SROs that have been with us tonight, and we want to have a special shout out to Sheriff Shaw for having the numerous amount of people here to make sure that all went well. It's a very emotional night tonight. I'm sure everyone has seen it on TV. My phone's blowing up. You know, and it is. It's a very emotional time for everyone right now. It is for these board members. It's for the community. It's for parents. It's for teachers. We probably do not give shout outs to teachers enough. They do phenomenal jobs. They are the boots on the ground. It's not that we overlook it on purpose. You know, we do need to take a time to acknowledge that. But our SROs have been here with us every meeting to make sure that all is well and order, you know, is always considered primary at these meetings. And we just appreciate all that they do as well. And with that, I'm sure, Ms. Berry, you've probably said your comments in the beginning, so I'm sure you're okay with that.
Yes, Madam Chair, I did prepare a statement about how I will invite teacher input, but that can wait until next week if you're comfortable with that.
Sounds good. Okay, great. All right, and with that, we will move to, we had moved items number 11, which was our guest speakers up, so we will begin with items number 12, which is our consent agenda. And I would like to have a motion that the August 9th, 2021 consent agenda be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion by Ms. Blackwell, a second by Ms. Carpenter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. And then we will move on to our action agenda items under number 13. And we will begin with 13.01, which is our approval of first read of policies 4400, 6125, and 7205. And the temporary approval pursuant to policy 2420, we will have Mrs. Sue Burns. And just in the same vein that I always do, I will ask if any board members have any comments or questions. And if none, we will move through for the approval of that. Hearing anything at all? Ms. Adcock? Nothing? Okay. Ms. Carpenter? Mr. Furr?
No, I'm good.
Mr. Walter?
Okay.
Ms. Blackwell? Ms. Sandage? Okay, great. Okay, so may I have a motion for the approval of policies 4400, 6125, and 7205 for first read and temporary approval pursuant to policy 2420 in order to ensure that the policies go into effect by the first day of school, which is a special event that will take place before formal action can be taken at our next business meeting.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Adcock, a second by Ms. Carpenter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Burns?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great. Okay, and with that, before we convene in closed session, we'll just take a minute to say goodnight to the viewing audience. We look forward to seeing you at our reception and our meeting that now will consist of a swearing-in ceremony and a discussion that's been added on Monday, August the 16th. The reception starts at 5 and the swearing-in and meeting will begin at 6 o'clock. Thank you and good night. May I have a motion that the board convene in closed session to consult with an attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statute 143-318-11A3. I'm sorry. Oh, I might have missed that. I did 13.
Did you do 13? I thought you just did 12. Did you do this what's on the phone?
Let's see. Well, that was under the consent agenda, so 13 is under. Okay. Are you good? Are you sure?
I want to make sure we've got them all in there.
I know I miss a few things, but Mr. White usually keeps me in check. All right, so let's start this again. May I have a motion that the board convene in closed session to consult with an attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statute 143-318-11A3 and to consider confidential personnel matters pursuant to General Statute 143-318-11A6?
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Adcock.
Second.
A second by Mr. Furr. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. And with that, we will say good night to the viewing audience and thank you for those that were here with us in person.